Good morning, YouTube, and welcome to yet another Ames dev stream. We are working on the game of the year 2025, guaranteed. The game is called Shadows of TUONELA. Yesterday we did some great progress. We still have a little bit more time before we gotta release our alpha version of the game, release a Steam wishlist page. So let's get down to it, alright? Let's get down to it. By the way, big changes today. I know, big changes. Over the last 2 months or so, we have listened to copyright-free synthwave. Now we are listening to copyright-free lo-fi music. So big changes. I know. Just try to hold on, guys. Hold on. It is absolutely crazy around here. It is crazy. But yeah, we started with Twitch a little early as always. If you guys want the best experience, head over to twitch.tv/ameses. We have fun here. We have fun here, guys, right? Guys, right? Guys, please, somebody. So, we have I'm gonna like put couple more days into making this alpha experience as good as it can be. No, we don't have fun here. Damn! I thought we had fun, but maybe it was just me. Maybe it was just me. We have still a couple more days. Couple more days left until we gotta start working on the technicalities. We're gonna start building and we're gonna start testing, and that's gonna take a long time. We gotta put a couple days into that alone. So we gotta be mindful about that. But there is a couple things I would like to do. And this is basically something I noticed when playtesting the game. Is that you end up getting a lot of equipment. So basically all of the mobs drop gear. So when killing NPCs, they drop a gear, and they drop armor, and they drop weapons, and most of these stuff during my playtest session end up being kinda in vain. They don't matter because you already have it. You already have this, or you have better. So what you end up having is just your inventory filled with either these crap or that you gotta delete them from your inventory, and that's not what we want. That's not what we want. There's gonna be a bank system to the game eventually. I kinda don't want to do it now. I think it's gonna require quite a bit of testing, and it's prone to error, so we're not gonna do bank yet. What are we gonna do about it is actually I have another idea. So we're gonna create this new station. So there's gonna be question mark station. This is in contrast to crafting station, and basically this place is very similar to crafting station, but you can like salvage stuff. I don't know, maybe it's salvage station. I'm taking ideas, so if you guys have any ideas, let me know. So maybe it could be like salvage station. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. But basically, the idea is the same. Is that you input items to the layout or to the UI, and then you can break them down. Recycle stuff for blood. Yes. So the idea is to kind of like recycle or break down. Recycle or break down. This is the idea, and kind of like disenchanting. Yeah, let's put that down as well. So it's kind of like disenchant. Yeah, definitely. So there's a couple of different names for the same thing. In some games it's called salvaging, so let's put that down as well. So it's salvage. And in some games it called disenchanting. Exactly what Finnish hell needed the Green New Deal? Hey, I hear Donald Trump got rid of the Paris climate deal, so we gotta do something in our game. Like we are dedicated here to be green. I posted my new drawing on the art channel. That was fast. Oh my god, that was fast, Potteri. That was so fast. That was so fast. What the hell, that dude? That was so fast. That took you like what, 5 minutes? 5 minutes? This is superhero with babyface disability. Let's go. Nobody takes him serious because he looks like 10 years old. Oh, that's quite funny. That's quite funny. Let's go. Oh, dude, that's funny. All right, so what will the UI look like? So I think it's gonna be like this, fairly similar to the crafting station, but instead of having the sidebar here, we are gonna do like, there's gonna be, I think there's gonna be like this one slot, and you basically press. Okay, so if I do it like this, it's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work. What do you guys think? Is it gonna be a lot of work? Like this, like doing this feels like a lot of work. I'm a little bit afraid. I gotta say, I'm a little bit afraid. Okay, let's just humor ourselves and think about if it's a lot of work. So there's gonna be a slot here, and there's gonna be a button like salvage or whatever. And I'm just gonna do this gibberish here. And it's gonna open your inventory. And then if you press an item, it goes in here. So it goes over to this place basically. So you have like a sword here now, and it's gonna show what it gives. It's gonna show what it like gives if you break it down, or maybe it doesn't even show it. Maybe it just breaks it down, and you're gonna like get the stuff. You're gonna get the materials. I think this would be the UX. And I think it would be meaningful. It would help a lot. So maybe it shows like blood. So it's kind of blood. And there's another thing that shows the fragment. And I think the materials that you would get is like 50% out of the match requirement. So you would get something, but not much. You would get something. But it's better than destroying. It's definitely better than destroying, that's for sure. If you break this shirt, you're gonna get grounded. Keith is in dad mode. I think that's the good idea. So how would this work? Like we got out. This is a kind of a new feature, and we actually can't utilize the crafting station to this. It's kind of a new thing. So I suppose we need for the inventory. I think to make this happen, we need to create this kind of like, so we're on inventory script CS. We kind of need to do like this salvage mode. So we have a salvage mode. And if we have this on, then by pressing equipment or pressing an item is going to send it to the station. So it's like we have the on press listener. So on press we go like we don't go into equip item or try to use item or something. Try to use, I think it's try to use. Fucking hell, try to use item. So we're not gonna go here. but instead we go into the salvage station or whatever. So salvage station and show like salvage UI or something like this. Something like this. And if this, then we're gonna have like on salvage button press. Basically, if this is server, then we're gonna, if is server, then we are gonna like destroy. I guess we gotta like bring in the index or something, like an index of maybe it needs like index and the item, and we're gonna show what the item is, and we're gonna like let them know what the index of inventory is, and then if we press it, if we are on server, we're gonna inventory list I guess it's remove at index. I guess that's basically it. And then like clear UI or whatever. I think this is the pseudo code. So is that a lot of work? I think that may be one day's worth of work. This may be one day worth of work. We can use the crafting station UI to some extent. And that's gonna save us some time. We're gonna, I think I'm just going to reuse the crafting station's building, like flip it X, so it's gonna be a little different, but it's gonna be the same. Unless you guys can find me a cool looking house or something like that. I suppose we could use some NPC as well. I wonder. Trump coin to the moon, lol. Trump coin has been coming down a little bit. Yeah. So yeah, should we do this? What do you guys think? I kind of want to do it. Is this like super important? I think this will enhance. Another thing. Okay. So guys, what do you think? I'm gonna let you guys be part of this design session. So we actually have this salvage station idea where you do this that we just did. Or another idea would be to have kind of like this combine station. This is another thing we could do. So basically, if you bring like three of anything, it's gonna give you like the next tier, like one of next tier. I think this could be another thing that we could do. And if you're wondering what this is, it's a one. It's a number one. I said you want to see both. I'm gonna do a poll, guys. If you guys care to answer, which idea do you like better? We're not gonna do both, at least not now. Which do you like better? Salvage station that gives materials out of the stuff that you break down, or this combine station where you can basically like bring in like 3 black swords and make it one green sword. Which one do you like more? So this is could you do all of this with single mechanic that takes input items and gives output items? Single mechanic that takes input items and gives output items. So let's think about it. So how would this UX work? Is that you would have some UI elements, and then I suppose, well, you would have your inventory up like this, and I don't know, there's a couple of things, like there's a couple of ways you could do it. So we got a 50-50, nice, very nice. So if you pressed like one of your black swords, I suppose, it would go into like this view where you have like the 3 slots, and it would like print out how many you have. So you would have like 2, and then maybe this one would be like different color. And then it would show what you're gonna get. Could you do it with the sim? Like I don't. You probably can, Keter, but I can't like picture it right now. Which one is more interesting? I think. So this is obviously good because you're gonna get like an improvement, like it's gonna feel good. This also is going to need like exponentially more gear. So if you want like so first of all, if you want green sword, you're gonna need 3 black swords. But then if you want cyan sword, you're gonna need 3 green swords. So it's like it's even more of those. So if you farm like black weapons, you're gonna need like 9 of them basically. I think this one is gonna be a little bit of a problem in the sense that you are gonna have a lot of like bad stuff lying around. And with no bank, I think it's gonna be more of an issue in this scenario. So for example, you would be like running with 2 like green swords and 1 black sword, and you're kind of like waiting until you get like the 3rd black sword or 3rd green sword or whatever, until you can do anything with them. So I think this is worse. I think this idea is worse now. It's gonna be good. I think this is gonna work if you have a bank, so you can put the stuff in bank. And then when you have green swords, you can go pick them up and make them a cyan sword. But they are like right now, it's gonna like block a lot of your inventory because you're stuck in this place where you don't have enough to upgrade, but you wanna hold on to it because you wanna, you know, upgrade in the future. So I don't think we're gonna do the combine station. I think this is gonna be more straightforward. Yeah. I think this is gonna be more straightforward. Could you do a single mechanic that takes input and gives output? So basically, here if we press the item, then we're just gonna do something with it. And we're gonna show what you get. And then we are gonna remove the item from you, and we're gonna give you something in return. Yeah, I think this is kind of like you can generalize this, right? You can do whatever. You can do whatever. Yeah. You can do whatever. Yeah. At least like it's gonna be like highly reusable, I believe. Maybe not like like maybe it's not like one station to rule them all, but or one class to rule them all, but it's gonna be like highly reusable. Yeah. But I kind of wanna do this. Okay, so wish me luck, boys. So it's 12. Maybe it's clear for the player if scrapping and upgrading happens at different places. I think so too. Like like we need mechanics. And we need these stations in our game. So so that the marketplace is not as empty. So I think we are going to be doing this now. So let's start the logic by I think we're gonna start by creating the station, and that way we're gonna get like rolling. All right, so I'm gonna do the crafting station house. I'm gonna copy paste it, and this is gonna be called salvage. By the way, if somebody can come up with a better name than salvage station, is it scrap station? What do you guys think? Let me know. So this is called salvage station house, and it's gonna come to the other side of this place, and I'm gonna flip this. I'm gonna flip the house. This is gonna be the new asset, all right? This is gonna be the new asset, and basically the interaction needs to be moved a little bit like so, and instead of interaction into crafting, I actually did a pretty generic interaction. We can just like add the interaction that we want to do. So here we are, handle crafting stage interaction, but instead of this we are actually where have we oh yeah, so we're pressing that. So we're gonna do a new tag. This is gonna be called salvage station or something. Salvage station. And we're gonna put this down as salvage station. I guess we can just do like, so this is crafting station. I don't know, like a salvage station, and we're gonna do a new script of salvage station. New script. Where are my scripts folder? Scripts. There. Do a new script. Salvage station. And we need a new UI. I'm gonna be using the crafting station as a basis for that. So here in game UI we have crafting station UI. I'm gonna be copy pasting this, and it's gonna be called salvage station UI. And let's just enable it. So how do we enable it? We're gonna go into 2D mode, and we should be able to see it right here. I don't think we're gonna need the material pattern. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete it. And this is the kind of shit that we have. We need a close button. We do need a header. I'm gonna change the name. So this is salvage station header. I'm gonna change the name into salvaging. I'll just go grab some food. Yeah, you might wanna like close your eyes to the UI part. You might wanna close your eyes at this point, really. So here we are gonna get rid of these tiers. We're not gonna use tiers. Just gonna see what we had. So we had a tier 1 container where we are basically printing all the blueprints. So we're not gonna do that now. I'm gonna delete all of these, and instead what we're gonna have inside is well, we're gonna put the item slot inside. So let's do that first. So this is like the salvage item, or like item to salvage, be salvaged. Item to be salvaged parent. And we're gonna put this. I think it's gonna be from the middle, but we're gonna put it a little bit higher, like 75 or something like this. 75. And Beaver logic, 100%. 100%. Make it like 150 to 150. Make it that's alright. And under here we're gonna utilize our old assets. So we're gonna have, I think under crafting we have crafting UI item, so we're gonna put that under. I'm gonna unpack this completely because we don't want it to be like crafting UI item. We want it to be like salvage item or something. Salvage item or something. And I'm just gonna go ahead and stretch it. So now we got this kind of thing going on. Just näin, Beaver. Just näin. Mitäs jäbälle kuuluu? So we're gonna do a little bit of a padding. So put like 10 pixels everywhere. And I think we could have a little bit of a background here as well. So let's do like image and do like black and maybe a little bit of that opacity. Should it be white? A little bit of opacity. Nah, it should be black. Black with a little bit of opacity. All right, so now we got this kind of a slot here. That's not too bad. And basically what we have is we now have this background and we have the icon image here. And we're gonna be changing this icon based off the item that is being pressed. And I suppose the background could change like to the rarity, but I don't think we're gonna do that. Retrofire! Kiitoksia seuraamisesta. Welcome. Tervetuloa, mitä kuuluu. Alright, so this is what we're gonna do. There's not gonna be any item by default, so we're just gonna change this to something like I think we have like an armor piece or a weapon piece, just like a generic thing. Just like a generic thing, really. Just trying to like see what I have. I think we could like put this rope icon, for example, here. Hey, Thetra! Still sick? Damn, man. Damn. But hey, good to have you, Thetra. I hope you're gonna feel a little bit better when we're gonna cheer you up, or you know. I hope you're gonna feel better when we cheer you up. How's it going, Thetra? Nice to see you. All right, so we are working on a new feature called salvaging, because when I did playtesting, I noticed that you're gonna be having a lot of like worse equipment that you currently have, or duplicate items that you currently have, and I want players to have this mechanic to kind of get rid of that stuff. Yeah. Howdy, what's up? Do you have time to tell about the game shortly? Of course, Retrofire. Of course, my friend. So, have you played RuneScape? And more specifically, have you played RuneScape Classic? Have you played it ever? That's a starting point, because I need to know how much you know about RuneScape. I played it a little like 20-25 years ago. Nice. So now you probably then know about Wilderness. Wilderness in RuneScape Classic was my home. So what Wilderness was all about was that it's kind of like free for all, based off your level. So if you found similar level players in Wilderness, you could attack them at will. And if you killed them, you got their stuff. If you died, you lost all your stuff. That's basically what happened. This game is Wilderness Simulator. So I want to create the same experience that RuneScape Classic had with Wilderness. So it's going to be about gearing up, prepping up, going to wilderness, and getting their stuff. That's the core idea of the game. As simple as I can put it. So there's gonna be kind of like this RuneScape Lite kind of gameplay. So you're gonna be farming some mobs and get stuff out of them, so you can craft better gear or loot better gear, and then you're gonna need to do PvP to get even better stuff. And that's basically it. That's basically it. We are approaching alpha, so I'm gonna release my alpha version of this game next week. We're gonna do a public playtest session. It's gonna be good. Okay, so we have this. I think that's perfectly fine. We don't need to really change anything here, except we need to do a new script in a second. Then I need like this. I think I'm gonna do this horizontal layout group, and we're gonna be printing the stuff that you get. Yeah. So let's just make this smaller and do another empty object. And this is gonna be like the material container. And we are gonna go ahead and put this a little bit below. So I think -75 is probably gonna look alright. Morning, Treno! Retrofire, thank you so much. So, are you a game dev? Are you a developer? Or are you just a game enjoyer? So we're gonna do a horizontal layout group. And we are basically just going to use this as means to put the materials that you get. So let's try to put a couple of things inside and see what we get. So if we go to change these, it came at there, upper left, upper center, upper right, middle left, middle center. Let's try upper center. Okay, so that does that. Lower center, lower center. What does this do? So that puts it there. So middle left. So what if we have that and now I have another item? Yeah, okay, so I think that works. We just gotta increase the spacing. So I don't know, like have like 100. And yeah, so we now have 2 of these items here. How's Reino doing this Tuesday morning? I would use grid layout. Okay, so let's try that. Let's do grid layout. Yeah, fuck you, Unity. Grid layout. Okay, that's better. That is actually better. Good. Thank you, Dotman. So let's see, upper left. I want to do like upper left horizontal, child alignment, upper left flexible. I want to do fixed row count. One row. Hey, there it is. What do you want to do? Hey, you got me there. And then we're gonna increase the spacing. 25, really good. And we're upper left, lower left. No, that doesn't make any difference. Child alignment. Center left. What? Middle left? Nothing changes. You have to increase the parent object. Oh, you mean, do you mean this width? Or, okay, so I can do this. Okay, what if I change the width? Okay, so, okay, that's better. That's better. That's actually kind of better. So what should this be? 500? Now let's try to change these values now. So start corner, Upper right, upper lower left, child alignment. I kind of want to like do middle. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Look at that. Now we can like do however many we want. And I don't think we... Okay, so I did that. Is that like completely centered? Is that centered? I think so. Spacing, yeah, all right. So the cell sizes look pretty good to me. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's just say it how it is. It's pretty good. Retrofire says that I'm a gamer, a retro game collector, and NES a game dev, and lately indie game publisher. Fysica releases here in Finland. Damn, Retrofire, you are cooking. You are absolutely cooking. Like, oh my man. If you were a RuneScape player, you would have like 99 cooking. Yeah. Hey, by the way, I just came up with a new title. So this is gonna be RuneScape. Let's see. What would be like a perfect title? So RuneScape refugees welcome. RuneScape. What is like korvaaja in English? Korvaaja. Replacement? Yeah, substitute. No, we're gonna do RuneScape. I just completely blanked out again. Oh my god, am I having a stroke? What was the word I was just talking about? Replacement. God damn it. RuneScape replacement here. RuneScape replacement. Dev stream. Yeah, let's do that. Shadows of TUONELA. Discord, YouTube. All right, that's a perfect, absolutely perfect title. Okay, so we have these now. We're gonna do new elements to these because I think we gotta do that. To be fair, yeah. What do we even like? Yeah, I think we need new UI elements. So it does need to have a number on it to tell how many you're getting. But we're gonna do that in a short while. So then we are gonna do one more new button. So do new button. Button. We're gonna do a new button. If I can find it here, there it is, button. And you're gonna go down to the bottom, and maybe increase it. I don't know, like something like this. So there's gonna be a button, and the button is gonna be it's gonna be black with some opacity, like 100, and do text. This text is gonna be button. Guess who? How's it going? Allow me PC big box and the smell of cardboard. Salvage. And this is gonna be in white. So that's what it is. So do a little bit of a smaller font. I think 20 is gonna be fine. Yeah. That's basically it, guys. That's basically it. That is basically it. So that's gonna be the salvage experience. Now we just gotta write we just got a bigger button. Should it be bigger? So let's see here. Salvage button. So this is gonna be the salvage button. I don't really care. You got DM in Discord. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Holy shit, dude. What the hell? Tetra has done some amazing art. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. What is it, like a mouse? Like a mouse person? A rat person? That is awesome. Did it some time ago. Maybe you can use that as placeholder. Mouse tits. Hey, Tetra. Tetra. Stop sexualizing our beautiful rat person. Hey, I really dig this. I really dig this. Can you send me the the actual sprites? I would really appreciate it. Like we can definitely do this. Like maybe the salvage guy is actually this guy. You can cut them. I can. Yeah, I was just wondering like if I can. Yeah, in Unity. Yeah, you can do it on Unity. I didn't know you can do it in Unity. I would have done it on Krita. Or is it like? Oh, I thought it had a background. I thought it had a background, but it didn't. It's actually it's transparent. Sorry, my bad. It's just that when I opened it up, yeah, it's transparent. This is actually huge. Thank you, Tetra. I think we're gonna use that. It's game ready. God damn, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so we're gonna do the salvage button. Let's start writing the logic. So we need to put the salvage station here, and we are gonna be copying the crafting station very much. We are gonna be copying this. Except that now that I think about it, maybe we won't. So, do we need to send the whole player state? Yeah, maybe it's smart to do the whole thing. So let's copy paste this show script. So for example, here salvage station, we're gonna start off with the show. Salvage station UI, and we're going to be inputting player states. That's how we roll. All right, and we need a salvage button. Salvage button is gonna be set to false. Main parent, I don't think we need to set this active. Close button on click listener, yeah, we gotta do this. Craft button, so this is gonna be the salvage button. It's gonna get that's correct. Let's add a couple of buttons. So we're just gonna take the close button, and we're gonna import type button like so. Gonna do this, gonna do this. All right. Now we need a reference to the player state. Let's do this to the top. So this is gonna be the player state. It's gonna be set over here. Now we need information. We need references to all of the UI elements. I don't think we're gonna need this initial run thing. I don't think we're gonna need this basically. Selected blueprint. Yeah, all right. So let's get rid of that as well. Let's get rid of that. So what do we want to do? So we want to, I think we do want to open inventory. I think we do. I think we want to open inventory. How do we open inventory? Inventory item, inventory CS. So we have the toggle inventory that gets called by inventory button. And yeah, there's the button of inventory. Can we call the toggle inventory from everywhere? It's inside inventory. Do we have I think we have inventory reference in player state. Do we? Don't we? Huh. So I think the inventory should get toggled when we get in here. So gotta find a way to open inventory here. And then we're just going to add this. And we're gonna add this. And let's see, hide crafting UI. So what have we got in here? So we just have remove listeners and set it to false. Let's do that. So remove listeners to the buttons, which are close button and salvage button. And material parent interactable goes to false. So yeah, we gotta do that actually. We actually gotta do that. We gotta do that. Or maybe we'll just set it as, maybe we'll just disable it altogether. Let's try to do that. Or do we want to play with the alphas? Maybe we'll play with alphas. I think it's one of those things that you can do it either way. I think in this sense, I think canvas group is probably the way to go. So we are gonna do we are gonna do in the inside crafting station. We are gonna have okay, so we have it like that. Material parent is a canvas group, yeah. All right, so material parent okay, so it's actually the canvas group that we are doing here, like so. Alpha 0, and then we're just gonna do this opposite over here, and so you can actually interact with the UI element. And show salvage station UI, gonna enable those, and show salvage station UI. All right, so now we gotta like we gotta do something to the inventory so that we get a link into this place. Yes. We gotta do some sort of link so that inventory knows what's going on. And it's gonna be interesting. All right, so inside inventory we have a toggle inventory basically that's doing these things. It's set up in inventory slots, and it's in the same place. So let's just try to write this down. So we're gonna have a private pool, or maybe it's gonna be like a public pool. I don't know. Let's just put it public. It's gonna be public pool. Salvage mode. This is gonna be called salvage mode, and this is gonna be taking bool. Salvage mode is on, and this is gonna be by default. It's gonna be false. But if it is true, so let's do it here at the end. If salvage mode, we're gonna put salvage mode on. True. Let's try this. Okay. Alt says that in Finnish translation, if you die instead of oh dear, you're dead, you'll see voi kauhia, sie kuolit. Oi. Nää heitit vikat löydyt. Saunan taakse. Alright, so if salvage mode is on, then we're gonna put salvage mode true. And this is the kind of thing now that we are set up in the slots. I'm thinking like, do we need to input something into here. So we're initializing the inventory items. And here we basically have the on button press. We're pressing some of the items. And we're just going straight into player state. So I think we are gonna be changing this now. We're changing this. So we are gonna do one additional move. So instead of going straight to player state, we're gonna go into inventory. Do we have inventory? Like, do we have a knowledge of the inventory? No. We don't actually have any idea what inventory is about here, which is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. So we gotta bring in the inventory. And we're gonna need it here. This is unlucky, but it has to be done. So inventory is gonna be inventory. And now this needs to be fixed so that it goes over here. Now we have information about the inventory that sets these buttons up. And this means that when we press the button, instead of going to player state, we are gonna go into inventory. And we are gonna go into use item. We're just gonna call it use item. And we are gonna create a new method inside here. It's gonna take index. And now if we have a salvage mode on, we are wait. So basically, all right. So please come here. If we have salvage mode on, we actually do. We send the star in item into the salvage UI instead of using it. And if we are not doing it, then we are going into player state. Player state use item RPC, and we're just gonna send it like we used to. So we needed to do this pit stop. Because this is where we have the information about the salvage mode. We could send the salvage mode information to all of the elements, but I think it's kind of far-fetched. So here we basically have the salvage mode, and I think how do we get information about the salvage mode though? We could send an event. I suppose we could send an event. Is there another way? Is there another way? Maybe we could do like I suppose we could like input it here. Let's try this out. So we're gonna do salvage station, and then this is gonna be no by default. And basically, so if salvage station, then we're gonna do salvage station. So if we have a salvage station, then we are gonna. Hey Vatsky, we decided to work on a new feature. Then. All right, so that's basically what we did. And we should probably know this. So when we are hiding the UI, do we have what kind of okay, so we are toggling the inventory. If it's on, then we're doing that, and if it's false, so we should probably put these in the on. And then if we wanna close it down, we are gonna null these. So salvage mode equals false, and salvage station is null. Yeah. All right. Let's see if that makes any sense. Could be like daydreaming here. So we are now we are pressing the button inside inventory. So we are coming here. We're checking if salvage mode is on, and we should have a reference to the. So if salvage mode and a salvage station exists, then we are just gonna go into salvage station, and we are gonna like show. We're gonna show or like update salvage UI, something like this. We're gonna update salvage UI, all right? And we are gonna send in the item and also the index. And now we realize we need a reference of the item as well. So this is gonna have the item and the index. And this is gonna take in item and the index. We're gonna send this information forward. And let's put these a little bit more to the front. So now we are getting the information. So we're gonna do public item, salvage item, salvage item, and also do inventory index. And we're gonna go over here, and we're gonna set the salvage item into item and inventory index into index. And if we are hiding crafting UI, we are gonna set these into null. And I don't know. What should this be? What should this be? 0? -1? So I think this ought to be like -1. And this should be null. I think it's gonna be null by default, but let's just make that clear, alright? Megaburger! Posti on idässä. Pitäisi olla joku nopea kotikulutusläppäri, mutta ei ole vielä saapunut postille. RIP. RIP. Mutta se, jos se ei ole tullut postille vielä, niin se voi olla, että se ei ole postin vika. Voi olla, että heillä on joku niinku oma juttu. Niin, mietin kanssa. Alright. So now we are basically setting these up. And then we need to do the references. We need to do the references of what we're actually doing. So I think we are gonna need like serialize field, private. Is it image? Is it image? I always mix up when we do image and when we do sprite. So here we have select the blueprint is image. All right, so I think it's gonna be image. So private image, salvage item, image. All right, so this is gonna be the one where we showcase the item to be salvaged. And then we're gonna need these materials. Careful about confirming that player is using stations in correct locations. Yeah, we're gonna be doing the check in the input. Image is the element and sprite is the graphic. Yeah, that's a good reminder. Okay, so what else do we need? Then we need references. Well, I suppose we're gonna like... I think we can use the material requirement. Wait. Wait. Don't we have... No, it's... Yeah, okay, so... I think we have like these material requirement things in the crafting station. Materials header, no. Selected items, parent. Background. Material parent, material container, material requirement. Yeah, so we basically have these, but they are not prefabs. They are not prefabs. They have inventory item as their script. Material girl. So this logic kind of works though. It's gonna have the player state. Does it need? I think it needs the player state. Input index. Yeah, I think this is actually. Huh. Okay, so I got a little bit of. I got a little bit of carried away. So what do we need on this salvage station now? So we are basically changing these two things here. We're using crafting UI item here. They need icon and a number of how many you're gonna get. What does crafting UI item have? Blueprint and the reference to the station. This doesn't even need any button. Size AG. Yeah. It's not a huge deal. It's not on like a tremendous deal. It's I see that it's a problem, but it's not like a tremendously big deal. I think we are gonna implement server side moving, if not to alpha, to beta 100%. So currently it's client side moving, like we're just syncing where the players are. So we're gonna do like a server side moving. I think that might fix it. That might fix some of that. Maybe not. So here we're toggling inventory, and we're gonna do like what do we need to do? Toggle inventory null. Can you do this? This is a problem. Can you fix this? Create overload. Yeah, I think we ought to do overload. So we're gonna do like a new toggle inventory, and it's basically gonna be the exact same. It's gonna be the exact same, really. It's just not gonna have these. Just not gonna have these, you know. Except that I think it probably should have those. So I don't think we need to do these now. Okay, so now we have two toggle inventories. One is setting the stuff. I don't think we probably don't need this though. We actually might be good with only the salvage station. Hey Veku! So basically if we take this away, we can just set this to that. And we're gonna do it null. We're gonna do a null, and we're just gonna do a null check. And that should basically be it, I believe. So let's actually remove this. Somebody said that passing bulls is stupid. can't remember who it was. Somebody says that passing bulls is kinda pointless. And I can kinda understand why. So now we're passing the salvage station here and we're setting it. So if it's not null, we're gonna pass it over here. And if we're toggling again, then it's gonna go into null. And but if we're doing it the other way, we are not gonna do anything about it. And when we hide, we're gonna set the salvage station to null anyway. So that should work in my mind at least. Then we're using the salvage station. We are sending the item and the index. What are we focusing on? So I'm creating a new feature for the game, which is that you can get rid of like extra stuff. So you can salvage equipables or like equipment. You can salvage weapons and armors. Alright, so we're doing this. And we gotta update the item. Salvage item image. Sprite equals item icon. So this is going to be putting that item into the pedestal. Then we gotta update the I think I'm just gonna be lazy here. And I'm just gonna do 2 images. This is gonna be the material image. And then we're gonna do material image 2 or something. Material image 1 and 2. And then we need the numbers as well. So we're gonna do text mesh pro. It's gonna be the material text, material number text or something like that. 1 and 2 as well. And then we are gonna print them over here. So material, so we have the item there. But the item doesn't have any information. Item doesn't have any information about the blueprint stuff. Item doesn't have any information about that. So I suppose we need a new helper method. Should it? No, I don't think it should. I don't think the item needs to know about the salvage stuff. Should it? That's you could definitely do that. Like I'm not gonna argue that you couldn't do that. I just think it's kinda weird. It's kinda weird. So basically, I think this actually. I think actually, this is kind of like we need to check that we are not trying to salvage food. We don't want to salvage food, and we ought to do. We ought to do something about it. We could do it here. We could do it here. So if salvage station and if item item type equals equipment, then we're gonna update that. So we're not gonna do anything if we except that we are gonna use it here. So let's do so let's actually do this. So if the salvage station is on, then we're gonna see if the item type is equipment. If it's not, we're gonna just return. If it's not equipment, we're gonna return. If we press something else and the salvage station is not on, we're gonna use it like regular. I think that's gonna work. I think that's all right. Okay, so I think in the item catalog we need to do So we have the list of crafting blueprints. So let's try to do this material requirement, I think. No? Key value pair. Wait. Don't we have like material requirement something? We have item requirement. Item requirement. It has an item and an amount. Yeah, okay, so that seems pretty good. Okay, so public item requirement. And I think it should return a list of them. There can be many. There can be many, so let's try to do a list of item requirements that it's gonna return. Get item requirement list from item, something like this. Let's try to do this. All right, so we're gonna input an item. We're gonna input an item, and then we're gonna go over return blueprint, find blueprint item to craft item. That's actually correct. That's what I had in mind. So it's gonna go over the blueprint list and it's gonna try to find which item is like the, you know, like the end product of the blueprint. And it's not gonna do ID. Well, it could send ID as well. I think that makes more sense. Let's do int and input item ID. It's the same recipe backwards. We're gonna do a little bit of a calculation to it so that we're gonna return, we're gonna like salvage half of the requirement of the materials, but we gotta like this is like doing it in reverse. So we are like inputting the item and we're like trying to find the material cost of the list of the blueprints. It's, you know, it's kind of weird thing. Okay, so what went wrong? So so we're gonna find from the blueprint list the blueprint that this matches to. Item to craft ID. Item to craft is equipable. Equals input item ID. This is nullable. Primary material requirement. Okay, so the problem is that this doesn't know how to combine it, so we gotta return we gotta do it a little bit differently. So let's do a list of item requirements. Item requirements. And it's gonna be a new list. And then we're gonna do well, we could do that, what AI is basically saying. We could do that. We could do that, right? So we got an empty list, and then we're gonna go over the blueprint list, and we're gonna see if we can find the same ID, and then we're gonna add the blueprint primary and secondary material requirements. Yeah. All right. That seems pretty good. So we're gonna get those requirements. Var material requirements equals item catalog manager instance get item requirements list from item, and we're gonna input the item ID. That's not a bad idea. Maybe it could also return the full source items, but then combining takes some money. It also return the full source items, but then combining takes some money. So you could like input some money to it. Yeah, maybe in the future, maybe in the future. So material requirements, now we're gonna have like that. And so first we get the mat requirements from item catalog. Then we half them. So this is going to be this has some potential problem, because I think the material requirements could be 0. I can make I can double check it, but I think it can be 0, and I'm not sure if that's gonna like return an error. So let's have a look at the blueprints. So for example, here we have a cyan robe. The material cost is 32 and 6, so this is not gonna be a problem. But for example, we have black robe, which has none. It has null. It has null. So I think this method ought to like check if there is any. So let's do a little bit of a nullable thing here. So if blueprint primary material requirement any item is not null, then we're gonna do this. Do it. Let's do it again. If secondary is not null, then we're gonna do this. If Scrappy returns 2 items, will it help free inventory space? It's gonna return the like mats. The mats don't go into inventory. So let's see here. We're checking that, and if there is a primary material requirement, then we're gonna add the primary requirement into the list. I just realized we don't do the number anywhere. What? So it's list of item requirements. Primary match. Okay, never mind. This is yeah, we are adding it. We are adding it. It's there. Okay, and then we are checking the secondary material, and we're adding that. If there is such. Okay. I think that might work. That might work. I think that may just work. And then we're putting it in a half, so we shouldn't get nulls here because we did it there on the catalog manager. So we're gonna go over this list. If there's only one item, then it's gonna do it only once. We're gonna half the requirement. And what happens, like it's int. What happens if you like half an int and it's gonna return like a float? Like what's gonna happen to 3 if you half it? Anyone got an so it's gonna like return the lesser number? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And this is basically now we have the math requirements. When you cast it into int, it just removes the decimals. Okay. Okay, so then we need to, based on these material requirements, we are gonna be printing them to the elements. So I think what we had here is we had basically material image 1 and material 2. So let's see what the AI says. There's material image 1, sprite material. If the count is more than zero, we're gonna put it into the item icon, and if there's nothing, it's gonna be null. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think we ought to have some default image here, to be honest. So let's do like so we're gonna have like a sprite. This is gonna be like material or default sprite. Material default sprite. No, let's have like blood sprite and fragment sprites. And so let's name this. So this is like the default sprites in the UI. And do one more, and this is gonna be the salvage item sprite. I thought you cannot cast type int to type float. Yeah, I like you're not really casting it into it. You're just like, I'm just halving an integer. Like this is an int and I'm halving it, and the like if it results into a decimal, it's gonna like butcher it, like basically. It's gonna like round down. So if the requirement amount it's int, if it's 3, if I divide it with 2, it's gonna return 1. So it's gonna put it to 1. All right, so if this is null, then we're gonna do the what was the blood sprite. This is gonna be fragment sprite, and then the texts are gonna be material requirements amount to string, or it's gonna be 0, and the same thing over here. Material requirements, if it's more than 1. No, this can be 0 as well. No, wait. All right, so I think that could work. I think that could actually work. Like AI is actually kind of popping off. Actually, AI is kind of popping off. Last we update the UI. Okay, so now that we've basically done this, then we are gonna check whether we have, or yeah, we don't need anything really. Yeah, so we're just gonna, I suppose we're going to do the craft or the salvage button. We're gonna enable it. That's basically it. And this is gonna be the salvage button press. And what do we do when we salvage, basically? What do we do when we salvage? I I think we need to save these into a field. Because we're gonna need this information. Alright, so basically this means that we are going to remove the match requirements. No, we're gonna remove the item from player inventory and give match. Active player state, handle item adding into inventory, material requirements, yeah. We are gonna do this, except that we gotta do a little bit of null checks here. Hey, Ossi! Welcome, welcome. Glad you decided to give me a follow. So I think we're gonna do this. So if we have material requirements, if this is any, and if material requirements 0 item, so if that exists, then we can do this. Oh man, how hard is it to do curly brackets? And then we're gonna do the same for the second one as well. If it's any... No, let's actually split this into a different one. So this is gonna be this. So if this exists, then we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna delete. If this succeeded, we're gonna... If we had anything inside these material requirements, then we are going to be deleting the item, basically. If you try to say float, it would be like 1 divided by 3, which would be 0f, because the operation is done with ends being there. Alright, so we did that. I think we ought to do like a reset UI or something. Let's do like a reset UI kind of method. And this means that we are resetting everything basically. So let's take like these. Let's take like these. So material sprite is gonna equal blood sprite. The second one is gonna be fragment sprite. And the text is gonna be 0. And this is gonna be 0. And salvage button is gonna be false, and the salvage item is gonna be null. Salvage item sprite, salvage item icon. No, what is the salvage item image? Salvage item image sprite is gonna be... did we have something for it? Salvage item sprite? Alright, so that should basically be nulling everything. Let's just put this last. Alright, so there's probably 10 things that I forgot about. There's probably like 10 things that I forgot about. So there's a couple of connections that aren't there. So salvage item wasn't ever used. Is that true? Salvage item was never used. Wait. Item is salvage item. Wait. Wait. How is it not used? How did I not use it ever? Oh, I suppose it's only the match requirements, really. Inventory index. Yeah, this has to be... the inventory index needs to be... Inventory index is gonna be set to -1. And here we ought to check that the index needs to be right. If inventory index is basically positive, then we're gonna do this. Okay, all right, so now we need a connection to this. So how it works is that we're gonna have the interaction here, and we're gonna do a new method called handle salvage station interaction, and this is gonna be the salvage station, and this is gonna be show salvage station UI. How this gets accessed is in player state. No, in player controller, I'm sorry. So here we're gonna have tag check. So we're gonna do a new tag check, please. We're gonna do a salvage station here. And here we check the distance. So the distance has to be less than 2, I remember, if I remember correct. And we're gonna get the interaction. Super Chew! Good evening, good evening. We are cooking here. We are doing a new feature. It's exciting because I get to code. So here we're gonna do the handle salvage station. And that's pretty much it. We're gonna post the information in here. We're gonna set the salvage button into false first. How's it going with you? What's going on? We are gonna add a listener to the close button, which is going to hide. It's going to remove all listeners. It's gonna make the canvas group and array casting. It's gonna make them false. Alpha 0. Salvage items gonna be null. Inventory index. So there's one more thing we gotta do, and it's the material requirements. This is gonna be null as well. Well, this is very important. And let's do it here as well. So no material requirements if we are resetting everything. And then we are moving on. Active player state, we are setting it there. And then we're going, we're basically enabling these, and we're setting that into 1. And now we gotta find a way to open the inventory. So that is one thing we gotta do. Do we have information in player state about inventory? Do we have inventory here? We do have inventory here. All right. So we can do it. We can access it here. So, so do active player state, inventory, toggle inventory, and we're gonna send in this, not that, this. And we're basically going over here and we are inputting our cells, which is the salvage station. Only that and those, yes. We are inputting this. And we're just gonna set up an inventory like regularly. Except that if this was inputted correctly, we are gonna set it into our inventory that we have a salvage station now. And if we press it again, if we press toggle inventory again, we are gonna make it null. Okay, there's actually a problem here. I think there's gonna be some case where if I basically press inventory button while the salvage station is on, it's gonna become null. Yeah. So because that's gonna be doing it automatically without me pressing the button. Yeah, I think this needs to be something else than toggle inventory. I think this needs to be like, I think this needs to be just called like enable inventory or like open inventory or something like that. Let's try that. So it's actually gonna be called open inventory. And we are not gonna, I don't know if we care about initial run. If inventory items, so if there's no inventory items, we're gonna set up it. Set up everything. Initial run, we don't care about that probably. Inventory is on, inventory on. This is gonna be just like inventory is true, it's on. And we can just basically do this, and we're never gonna do that. We're never gonna do that. So yeah, because we wanna, like, the player inventory could be open already when we try to open the salvage station. So if we actually toggled it, where we would just like close it before. Or like we would just close it, and that would make no sense. So instead what we're doing is we're opening it and we are inputting the salvage station. And that's basically it. What if I now press the inventory button? Then I think it's going to be bad. If I press the inventory button, then I'm basically gonna lose the reference, aren't I? I'm gonna lose the reference. And it's gonna print nulls, probably. So how the fuck should it work? Okay, so if I have the salvage station on, boom, it pops open the stuff. The inventory pops open. Then I press something inside inventory. We are gonna send it into the salvage station. And that's it. Now if I have the inventory on, I close it. Then I open it again. It's gonna break. It is absolutely gonna break. Unless I don't null it. Unless I don't null it. But then how do I know it's open? How do I know the salvage station mode is on? So do I need the bool after all? How do I know it's on? Shit. I think we probably need the bool after all. So let's do the fucking bool. So public bool, salvage station is on. And basically this is gonna make it salvage station is on. It's gonna be true. And it's gonna do that. And then when we close it, when we close the salvage station, we need to go and set this to false. I think that's the only way I see how it could work. So we're gonna set it to false. And so inside the inventory now, so we are not gonna be checking this. We're gonna check if the salvage station is on. So okay, I think this could be that if it's there, and if salvage station is on, then we're gonna go here. And we are not gonna nullify it ever. So there's gonna be the reference. There's gonna be the reference. And this salvage station is on is only gonna get toggled by the salvage station. So we're gonna put it true when we basically open the salvage station. And we're gonna set it to false when we close the salvage station. I think that works. So I think that might work. That might just as well work, but I'm not 100% sure. I think there's a little bit too much thinking in my head and not testing to really make any like anything like for searching. Okay, so we have the inventory link now. So the logic is like player, you're in player controller, you're pressing if the tag is salvage station, then we are gonna check if you're close enough, and then we're gonna take the interaction, and then we are gonna handle the interaction. We're gonna send our player state. We're getting in here. We are in disabling salvage button. We are adding listeners to them, to the buttons. We input our player state. We make the UI interactable. We show it. Then we open player's inventory and set the salvage station in. We are setting the inventory slots. We are setting inventory true, blah blah blah. We are doing everything that inventory needs to do. And we are setting that the salvage station is on and the salvage station is set. And then when we press something in inventory, we are gonna go into this use item. And we are inputting the item that was pressed and the index that was pressed. We're checking if we have reference to salvage station, and if the salvage station is on, then we're gonna check if it's equipment. And if it is equipment that we pressed, we are gonna go into salvage UI. We are bringing in the item, we are bringing in the index, we're bringing in the sprite, we're changing the main sprite. Then we have material requirements. We're gonna get them based off the item. And we're gonna make the requirements half. Then we're updating the requirement sprites and the texts of how many you're gonna get. We're gonna enable the salvage button. And then we, when we press the salvage button, we're gonna go in here. If we have any material requirements, which we set here, we are gonna return. Yeah, we're gonna return, or we're gonna give player the amount. This is actually not. Is this right? So we are sending in, for example, the blood droplet. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna see if it's crafting, if it's, yeah, okay, so that should work. And this is gonna do the fragments. And if the inventory index was positive, then we're gonna try to delete it. We're gonna try to delete it. All right. This may be a problem. This may be a problem. So everything has to be handled in server, and I'm not sure if this is handled in server. It's gonna work now because we are hosting, we're self-hosting. But handle item adding into inventory. So this is, we are checking if we are not server. And I don't know. This might be one of those things that's not gonna work once we start testing this in multiplayer. This might not work in actual multiplayer setting. Well, anyway, we're gonna try to delete the items. This is actually an RPC call, so this is gonna work. And then we're gonna reset UI, so we're gonna change the sprite into blood and fragments. And we're gonna set the text to 0. Inventory index to -1. Salvage item null, material items null. Salvage item sprite is gonna be the default. Let's change this to salvage item default sprite. And we can't press the button anymore. Yeah, that's it. That's it. All right, let's do the references. And do I have them be under the stream? I'm not sure. Check it out, man. Salvage station. Do we have every interaction here? So salvage station needs to be. Salvage station UI. So I'm dragging that there. So now we have the interaction. Now we gotta check out the actual. Let's do the scene layout. And salvage station UI. All right, do the references. I didn't find one. Huh? Is that actually right? Don't I have a thing? I guess you're right. All right, well, okay, there it is. Latte, moro. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's an outdated one now. Used to be pretty good, now it's kind of outdated. So let's remove the crafting station. We're not gonna need that. We need the salvage station. EVGA GPU, yeah, it's been a good workhorse for many years. salvage button. So let's see, the salvage button is here. Let's do a little bit of a try to put them together really. So these are called buttons. Then we have the canvas group. That's fine. Default sprites. Then we have the like UI elements, and I have this one here as well. So salvage item image. So here are the images, and then you have the texts, and that's basically it. Okay. Save the FGA GPU, never sell that. I have liked it, yeah. I actually changed the thermal paste like a year ago or something, because the GPU was throttling, and literally the thermal paste had gotten like it was flaky. It was just horrible. FGA doesn't make GPUs anymore. Okay, I have liked it. Yeah, I think it's been a good GPU. Ever since I changed the thermal paste, like it has worked perfectly again. Okay, so close button, we're gonna put that there, and we have this salvage item, which we ought to hide from inspector. So we don't need to see this. I'm not even sure if we need it here all together. There's some new goofy drawing on our channel. Yeah, if it's not safe for work, put it under spoilers. Yeah, if it's like some adult stuff, so yeah, put it in spoilers, and let people know that this is not safe for work. If it's like complete porn, it's not welcome in our channel. Like yeah, we have like a family friendly Discord, so if you feel like it's porn or you know, like too vulgar, or there's like just like pure violence, no, it's tame. All right, good stuff. I was joking. Okay, maybe we can check it out then. Yeah, this is definitely welcome. This is definitely welcome. Good stuff, Potter. Good stuff, Potter. All right, so now we're gonna. I don't think we need the inventory index either, so we're gonna hide that as well. Now that I think about it, these probably don't need to be publics. So let's actually change these. So they're gonna be they're gonna be private now, and this is gonna be the salvage item. Inventory index, and they need this. Yeah, they don't need to be public. That's more safe for work, but still nothing I'd show at work. Yeah, kinda, yeah. All right. So canvas group. It's in so. I think this ought to be the place where we have the canvas group. So if this goes 0, we're gonna, yeah. Yep. Salvage, just gonna be the canvas group. Wait. No, it needs to be here. Needs to be here. Salvage item image, material image 1, material image 1. So we're gonna be unpacking these guys. Actually, I don't think we're gonna use crafting UI item here. Let's see if we can find a better. Let's see if we can find a better reference to that. like a better existing thing. I think we could use something like, do we have like a UI item, crafting UI item? What does this have? So this is the one we had. What about like inventory UI item? Inventory button parent, inventory slot. So this one has a text on it. All right, let's do that. So we're gonna use the inventory slot inside here. Right. So there's 2 of them. We can unpack these. I don't think we're gonna need the background, so I'm just gonna go ahead and hide that. Unless maybe we'll do a little bit of a like a black with opacity, so it's a little interesting to look at, like 100. It's like so. Same here, same thing over here. Okay, so now we have 2 of those. Let's change the so in the main parent, let's do the material image 1. It's this one. Material image 2 is that one. Material number text 1. So that's gonna be this one. And that's gonna be that one. Yes. Yes. Alright. Then the default sprites. So salvage item default sprite is gonna be the robe one. Like that. Blood sprite is gonna be blood. And fragment is gonna be obviously fragments. And that's basically it, guys. That's basically it. Now we have the references. Is there anything else to it? Is there anything else to it? Crafting station UI. So let's make this. Let's make both of these be hidden at start. Laretsky is back. So let's hide these so they are gonna be very much uninteractable first. And same thing over here. So so is the main parent getting hidden here? Yeah. All right, so let's just disable this, and this is ought to be 0. All right, so now we should have everything hidden. Everything should be hidden now, and once these are getting open, they should be better. They should be better. Okay, guys, it's time for prediction. Does salvage station work? Okay. I'm gonna put you up with a little bit of a longer prediction. No, actually, I think I can go with 2 minutes. I'm gonna go put some water into the stove so I can boil some pasta. And I'm gonna use the same water to do some tea as well. So 2 minutes, guys. I'm gonna take a piss and put some water onto the stove. What do you guys think? Will my hour of coding, or more like 1.5 hours of coding, work instantly? Alright. Alright, Lara says that, damn, I keep finding old stuff from my dad's apartment, like metal box for Marianne candies before they moved to Fatser. Really? It wasn't Fatser always? Yeah, been keeping company for the whole time, but I need to do cleaning, so not so much chatting. Alright. Hey, I have my doubts. I don't know what the ratio and the prediction was. This is one of those things that where you code like 1.5 hours and you just like did a whole new feature. It's most likely not gonna work. Let's just face the facts. There's gonna be at least some, you know, like errors that you make every time. I don't know what is huolimattomuusvirhe? Careless error? I don't know. Alright, let's give it a go, guys. If we get null ref, I'm gonna be fixing it, and that's not gonna affect the prediction. But other than that, yeah, no null refs, guys. No null refs. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Okay, we are going into the crafting station or the salvage station, and we should see an empty UI. And we should see inventory open. So that's the first step. Come on. Come on. Let me have this. Let me have this, Unity gods. Let me have this. That's very good. There is a problem though. There's already a problem. And the problem is that these icons are wrong. These icons are wrong, which I think I just don't update on the start. So they are default. But everything is working so far. Okay, now next step. When I press an equipment, it should go to the salvage slot. And we should see some materials here and how many of them you're gonna get. And you should be able to press the salvage button, but we go one thing at a time. I'm pressing cyan robe. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Unity gods are with me. So we are seeing the robe, we are seeing the materials, the cost seems right. It is half. Now, if we press salvage, the robe should disappear. And we should see material spawning into our inventory. And the UI should reset. Now this is where, if this goes right, I am a god. I don't need to like pray for gods because I am the god. Alright? Let's go. Come on. Come on, Unity. Come on. Oh, it works, motherfuckers! It works! I cannot believe it! It's just perfect! It's just worked perfectly! It worked fucking perfectly! I cannot believe this! I cannot believe this is so good. I cannot believe it. So the UI was, I think it was kind of bugging. It didn't show any of my materials even though I had them. So I have 41 and I don't know, like 130 something. So let's try it again. So we're pressing green robe. We are getting 8 and 1. So we should have 49 plots. All right. So yeah, it did. Yeah, it's not exactly right. So I think it added 1 plot. But we are seeing some deletion happening. So 42 and 140 or something. If I press this, yeah, it's not adding. It's not adding it right. There's something wrong with the adding. But like I'm taking the W here, guys. I'm taking the W. And if I press food, it shouldn't do anything. Yeah. So food doesn't do anything. If I press equipment, what is it gonna do? What is it gonna do if I press equipment? So it goes here. If I press it here, then it's gonna go there. Press X. Wow, that's actually really good. Like, holy shit. Praise the God, yeah. Holy shit. Okay, so this was a big success. Prediction. Does the salvage station work? Yes. Correct answer is yes. There was a couple of hiccups. One of them was that the salvage station elements were wrong icons first. So let's fix that. So the icon image, this is supposed to be blood. And this one is supposed to be fragment. And this icon image of the salvage item should be stretched and maybe have a little bit of a padding. And then we had a little bit of a, I think we could set it here at the start as well. So do the kind of like the resetting here. So we're gonna do this and this. Okay, so apparently you can't do it together. That would have been nice. So we're gonna set these here just to double check, you know. So we are resetting everything. And let's think about it for a second. So something's happening with the adding. So the adding part doesn't work. So we are material requirements any. We are taking the first item, which is the blood. Every time at 1/2, by the way. We are taking the material requirement item and we are handling the item, adding into inventory. Wait, what? We are putting the item ID? No, that's not right. We need to do the amount. Yeah, what the hell, dude? What the hell? That's why it didn't work. And that's how it works. All right. And it's handling the deletion. Now there seems to be, yeah, they are very nice, a nice bots following first. There is a little bit of an issue as well with the player state. It feels like the materials aren't updating. I think the materials isn't updating. So materials list changed. And we're gonna update material visuals. So I think this doesn't get called everywhere. Initial run. So where does this get called anyway? It only gets called on the material list changed. I think that's a problem. So for example, toggle inventory gets called by the inventory button. Wait, why doesn't it? So if I log in now, if I spawn into the game, it doesn't show them. Yeah. So right out of the gate, it hasn't updated it. Okay, so I think I can fix it by setting it here. Update material visuals. Yeah. Player state materials. Okay, so maybe that will fix it. So it didn't get updated, but I think that might fix it. Alright, I have them, guys. Alright, let's fix that now that it doesn't fit into the freaking... It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. So how that gets fixed is we're gonna go back into the basic layout. Take inventory. And here basically we have the equipment parents, and we have these wait, where's the... What? Wait, what? Where did I put the freaking UI elements? They are not here. Are they? Oh, have I been a jackass? Have I been a jackass and done some scene overrides? Have I been a jackass? I think I've been a jackass. That's probably the only way to look at it. Yeah. So they are here. They are here, right? Okay, so if these numbers are big, they don't work. So let's see if we have like 100. We can probably fix this automatically with some clever thing. So we have the equipment header here, and here are the things. So let's do parents here. This is gonna be the material parent, and we're gonna go ahead and put this into the far right like so. And we're gonna change the heights to match this, so it's gonna be like 30. And we're gonna do a horizontal, or should we do the grid layout? So if we do grid layout, heights can be 30, cell size, I don't know, like 50. And we're gonna put these two boys underneath, like so. Now we can change the spacing a little bit, so it's a little bit of that. Let's increase the width. Something like 200. And start from the upper right. No. Right. All right, that's better. Spacing, cell size, child alignment. I put it to middle right. Constraint. It should have a fixed row, which is 1. Now, how do I make the... How's your day going? Hey, my day is amazing. We just did like a 1.5 hours of like coding, and everything basically worked. That was absolutely incredible. That was absolutely incredible. All right, so I can increase the size here, but but the texts don't Everything worked? Yeah. The text don't really scale. Text wrapping, no wrap. So that helps with that. But it's still looking a little awkward. Still looking a little awkward. If I do like this. You need to increase cell size. It doesn't like the text don't align perfectly now. I think we need some position here. I don't know, like -5. You cannot use size fitter with grid layout. Do I have size fitter? Size fitter. I don't have size fitter. So how does it look like if I put like 1 now here? So it put there, it's gonna put there in the middle. If I have 100, it's gonna be a little bit cramped. It's gonna be a little bit cramped. It's just a side note, alright. Fair enough. Okay, so if I put like -10, that's gonna be better. And if I now have it as 1, what's gonna look like? Alright, so that's pretty fine. If it's 10, okay, that's good. I can live with this. I can live with that. Good stuff. This needs to be set to 0. I can live with that. We need to do the same thing for the crafting station. Crafting station. So let's change that, and then I'm gonna have then I'm gonna do, well, actually I'm gonna take it now. I'm gonna go put some pasta into the water and heat up some food. It's gonna take like 10 minutes, so short BRB. Alright. Pasta is on the stove, heating up nicely. Gonna eat in a few minutes. Jansu, good day, good day, good day. Are you eating gluten-free pasta? If so, which brand? I have tried some of them. Some, I think it was a couple of years back. I thought I started becoming a little bit gluten sensitive. So I tried a couple of them. What pasta are you cooking? So in little chain, we got this new better pasta. I think it's, well, I know it's penne, so I'm doing like penne ricotta, which is the type of pasta. But it's kind of like I can't remember the brand, but Lidl sells them. So they just came up with like a little bit of a better type of pasta. And how you can tell it's better, it's that it's the color. The color isn't orange, as you can see in like cheap pasta. It's actually more of a, you know, like ivory. And that's how you can tell that the pasta was dried slower. So if you like, if you dry out your pasta like super fast, it becomes this orange color, and then you can tell it's no good. Like the orange colored pasta, it's no good. It has to be this ivory color. And if you like really wanna like get into it, a good type of pasta is ivory colored, and it's kind of like it has texture of, you know, like this like rough texture. It's not smooth. It's rough, and that makes the pasta absorb like flavor better. So sometimes in the pasta brands or the boxes and bags, whatnot, you can see like that it was cut with the bronze, you know, like a bronze. What is it? What is it called? What is it called? Bronze blade, and that's when you know that it's like quality pasta. I'm not sure if these are, by the way. I'm not sure. But I think these are better ones. They are ivory colored, and it makes them taste better. Yerps, how's it going? Trainer's having steak. I had sausage this morning. Damn, you are cooking. All right, so what were we doing? So we were fixing the UIs, and I know there's another UI issue in Crafting Station. So let's take a look at Crafting Station real quick before we get into eating. We're gonna go lunch mode soon. So here on the material parent, these numbers don't scale. These don't scale right. Doing good. Defrosting freezer is a fun job. I could do it for a living. LOL. What? That is a weirdly specific enjoyment, but hey, you do you, my friend. So this text doesn't scale right, so let's take the wrapping off and see how we do. So if we put like 100 here, yeah, it's gonna do that. And what I wanted to do is that I kind of want to, you know, expand to the left. So let's try something like this. We're gonna make this bigger, and if it's 1, now it's gonna be in the middle. So I think we need to change this to here, and then add a little bit of a padding there to make it do what we want. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it. And let's just take this and copy the settings. Well, I suppose we can do it. So no wrapping, go right, -5, and did we do anything else? I guess that's it. So I don't think we even need to like adjust that. It's gonna do it there. What's going on here? Hey, we just did a new feature to the game. We like speed ran a new feature to the game. I can show it to you in a second. All right, so now we should be able to hide these bad boys. We don't need you guys. We can disable that. And I think we're like really good now. I we're really good. So yeah, this is the new feature. So in the game of Shadows of Tuonela, you're gonna be farming gear, and sometimes you just have extra stuff. You might be like running this really good gear, and you want to get rid of some of the stuff you've gotten. So now we have this salvage station where you can basically input an item, and it's gonna show what you are gonna get. So we should be getting 4 bloods and 0 fragments. Let's see. All right, so we're getting a null reference now. This is a first. So what's going on? Item type, crafting material. So is it because of the 0? Why are we getting null reference now? It starts from salvage station 91. Handle item adding into inventory. Material requirement 0. Amount. Oh yeah. So yeah. Okay, so I actually know what's going on. So we added, what we used to have here was that we were sending the item, but the thing is that our handle item adding into inventory only supports 1 adding at a time. Yeah. All right, so I think this used to be like item ID, and this worked. It's just the fact that it added it only once. It just added it only once. So we either need to add a little bit of like an override basically to add like more than 1 at a time, or we need a completely different method. Okay, so let's put a comment here. This only adds 1, by the way. We need something to add multiple items. Okay. I am gonna go pick up my food, and we're gonna be reacting to some videos. Let's see here what you guys posted. So we have a couple of videos. Why you should use code to animate your UI. Nice. And then we have some pig production. So let's take a look at here. Cool. So kind of similar to Rust, it is completely random, or does a certain item always give you the same thing? So yeah, the same item gives you the same stuff. It's gonna give you the basically the crafting requirements halved. So if you need 8 bloods and 3 fragments to create something, when you salvage the same item, it's gonna give you like 4 and 1. Yeah, that's the logic. All right, be right back once again. all right. I'm sorry about all the wait, guys. I really want to take care of myself, so I don't go here starving. Okay, let's take a look at what this video is all about.
Hey there, I'm Matt, and welcome to Game Dev Guide.
Thank you.
UI is super important.
Yes.
It's the literal interface between the user and your game. Many of us want our UI to look and feel great, so you're probably going to want to animate some of those sweet transitions. If you're a new developer using Unity, or perhaps you're an artist and you're doing some UI work, at some point you're probably going to open the animator and start working on some of those aforementioned sweet transitions. Don't do it. No, really, if you have any animation on your UI at all, you're updating your layout every single frame. Even if nothing happens, it's incredibly expensive to your game's performance. So what's the alternative? Well, it's tweening.
Tween.
If you've never heard of it before, tweening is essentially a term to refer to the in-between.
We use do tween in our company's game projects, and do tween is all right. I haven't used any other, so I can't really tell if it's like bad or particularly good. But it's good with some things. I've done some things with it, and it definitely works.
So a tween would be the animation that occurs in between 2 points. It's an extremely efficient way to animate things, and it's much easier to manage than having 1,000 animation clips bogging down your project. I'm not even kidding when I say with one simple component you can more or less animate the entire majority of your UI. While I could do an entire video on writing your own tweening library, there are plenty available on the asset store that work straight out of the box. For the purposes of this video, we're going to be using my personal favourite, LeanTween. LeanTween is a free tweening library that I've been using pretty much since I started using Unity. To animate something with LeanTween, you simply call the class and then the type of tween you want to perform. I've attached this component to a box which I want to scale in as it closes, so I'll simply call leantween.scale and set the point to 0, I'll set a duration of half a second, and then, here's why I love LeanTween so much, I'll chain an onComplete command to destroy the UI element once it's finished animating. Let's suppose we want to chain other UI to pop up when this closes. We can just thread our tweens and control an entire sequence of annoying UI pop-ups using LeanTween and delays. You should be able to see that a tweening library is extremely flexible, and as I said, it's not only great for UI, but we can also use a tweening library like this to control other objects in our game. Here's a bunch of objects, and I want to simulate them falling from the sky and bouncing. I could do that with physics, but it's unnecessarily expensive, and tweening them would be much cheaper. So here, we've got a component that moves the objects down with the ping-pong method, meaning that our UI will animate to its point, and then animate back in reverse. However, you animators out there might be pointing out that it's kind of characterless and that using an animator component is much better because you can customize curves. Well, don't fret. Tweening library got you covered. In LeanTween, we can set an ease type. So let's set a few different ones on our objects. We can also define a custom curve if these aren't good enough. Now there's much more character. And as you can see, if we add easing into our UI scaling component, it also adds much more character to our pop-up box. Let's suppose we expose more of the features of our tweening library to this component, things like duration and delay. This way we can have the exact same zoom script on multiple UI elements in our canvas, but with some variation of settings, they all behave slightly differently. With this process, you can hopefully see the potential of how you can take a library like this further into a master component for animating your UI elements and game objects by code. For my own projects, I've written a custom UI tweener component that handles different common tweening types I might want, such as moving, zooming, or fading a canvas group. The component takes an input of a tween type and then processes the settings on the component into a suitable tween. It makes adding that UI polish super easy, as I can add it as soon as I'm done designing my UI element. It's an extremely fast and easy way to get that sweet polished UI.
Trent says that I am new to game dev. Is tweening considered good or bad? I think it's definitely like in the better way of using things. So for example, like I think tweens like really pop off with something that has to work like same in the same way every time. So it needs to be like repeatable, and it's basically for something that is like set and bound to happen. So for example, you can do like UI a little bit of you know, like these polish kind of things. So if you play any, like if you open any like high quality app, any high quality game, whenever you like put your mouse to some button, the button might give a little feedback. So tweens are really good at handling those kind of like small details. So like it doesn't matter really what game you're gonna play. If you put your mouse on top of a button, it might do a little bit of a, you know, like bloop, 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 bloop. And it's really easy to like add those. And like he said in the video, it's much better than animating, because you might add a custom animator to all of these features, and that's gonna be like really heavy on the performance, because, well, most of the time you don't want to do anything, so there's no really point of animating. Yeah, that's really good. Another way and another place where I think tweens are good is that if you, for example, want to have some NPC or object that like moves in a set path, you can just like code a sequence where the NPC is like moving. I actually used the tween to create the intro for Paradise Tycoon, which is the game that we did. So we're kind of like using tweens to kind of like change the state of the character. So first it like plays this, then it rotates, then it goes here, and it plays this, then it rotates, then it does an emote or something. Like you can for example, like put birds into the sky to fly. You can create trains, you can create cars. It's not good if you need to have like a lot of complexity to it. So for example, I've been working on Paradise Tycoon, yeah. And basically if you need a lot of like stuff that varies from the default, then I don't think tween or tweening is good. So it's really good at doing some set things. All right. So thank you for that, Isas Edgy. Big production in Denmark. Yeah, this seems to be flagged like potential threat. So we're not gonna take a look at that. Let's see. There's more pirate software drama. Oh my god, what is this? What is this? What the hell happened to COD Warzone? That's actually kind of interesting. Let's see.
Cast your mind back to March 2020. You may have been one of the many people playing Call of Duty Warzone. Free to play and a fresh take on the Battle Royale genre, implemented into a gritty Modern Warfare rebooted universe. Many Call of Duty fans experiencing 150 player combined arms battles with infantry and vehicles on a large map for the very first time. Intense combat and a second chance at life should you win a brutal 1v1 fight in the gulag, or your teammates gathered enough money to buy you back at the last second while the play space shrinks around you. The loadout system allowed you to customize your own preferred arsenal, tweaking and meddling with weapon builds in the gunsmith. The guns felt varied, viable, punchy, with realistic function, accurate reloads and more recoil. They sounded incredible. The game was just pure fun, and offered a great space to kick back with your friends and have a laugh in a Call of Duty sandbox like never before. Skip to January 2025 and things have significantly changed for Call of Duty and Warzone. The situation is not good. The player count is falling. The last time I personally played Warzone was when they released the Area 99 map on November 14th last year. I played about 5 matches in total on that. I made one video and I logged off. All of my real life friends don't play the game anymore. The Milkman doesn't play the game anymore. My content creator friends don't play the game anymore. We don't talk about it at all. There's no desire to play right now. But why and what the hell happened here? Well, in this video, I'm going to give some feedback and try to understand and explain what happened. I'm going to keep it as brief as I can. And
So, I've been watching your dear content creator friend of mine, The Grind Machine. I watch him all the time. And he's like, he's by far the Finish's biggest Warzone streamer. And according to him and his streams, there's a whole bunch of cheaters. Like Warzone in 2025 is just full of cheaters. And this is actually kind of ironic and funny, is that so Warzone implemented a new anti-cheat not that long ago. We're literally talking about, I think, less than a year ago. So they came up with a Ricochet anti-cheat. And as far as I know, and what I've heard, is that Ricochet has basically admitted that they failed, like they failed to detect cheaters. So, here's where we are. Here's where we are right now. So they came up with a new AI solution for cheaters, and we have more cheaters than ever. So good job.
I'm going to make some assumptions. This is more how I feel. There's going to be some feels over reals here, but everything that I say is based on my experience with this game and from listening to other people's experiences and viewpoints. I realize how hard it must be to make a massive game like this, but consider this some constructive criticism from a fan. You won't agree with me on everything, and that's perfectly fine. I'm going to be wrong about some things, but do let me know your thoughts below. But this is how I feel about the current situation, and hopefully offers some potential solutions. I'm doing this because I used to love playing Warzone on a daily basis. Now I don't touch the thing, and I want to see it improve. We'll be discussing some general COD stuff in here too. Now I want to be clear that I'm also making this video from the perspective of a gamer rather than someone who makes YouTube videos for a living.
This is something that I kind of I don't like. I want to point it out. So this is from a YouTube and content creator perspective. It's now 2 minutes 15 seconds, and Jack Frags hasn't really told anything. Like I think this is kind of like a video format that's kind of dying, and I can't dive in fast enough. Like Jack Frags is just talking about what he's about to talk, which I think is so freaking sleeper. Like it's actual resident sleeper. Like we're gonna be talking about this and that, and then I'm not gonna be talking about this. That's because of that. Like, oh come on, just talk. Just get to the point. It's just so freaking sleeper. And then another thing is like being stuck on this kind of like this meta level of the video, where he's talking about who he is to talk about it. Like, I think it's fair, like if you make a point, if you make an argument, to kind of like let you know where you're coming from, it's fine. But I think Jack Frags says he had like told like 3 times already that he's talking about his perspective, his gamer perspective, and like, okay, we got it, all right? We got it. It's just, I hate when people are stuck in these on a higher scale about talking. Yeah, you know, they don't talk about what's wrong with the game. They talk about how to talk about what's wrong with the game. That's kind of annoying. Like some people like really get their thoughts stuck in these higher levels. Like how do they talking about this? And it's not. I think it's fair to address, but just do it really fast, or don't do it at all. If it needs to be there, then it needs to be there. But I hate when people get stuck on this meta talk.
About that, I've played almost all of the Call of Duty games on PC in online multiplayer since the very first Call of Duty set in World War II. I was running around Karantan and Stalingrad, fragging out on a 56k modem, having a blast. Before that, it was Medal of Honor Allied Assault. I've seen it all. Things have changed a lot though for Call of Duty since then. I'm also predicting that with COD bringing back Verdansk in March or April this year, as the rumors go, They are hoping that it's going to reinvigorate the game and the players will come flooding back. However, I don't think this will be the case unless there are significant meaningful changes, as there are many fundamental issues with the current build that will overshadow any nostalgia that will quickly fade away. So 2025 Warzone, what are the problems? We're going to start with gameplay. The current iteration of Warzone as a whole is too complicated.
The video could have literally started here at 3-minute mark. The video should have started here.
Especially for new and returning players. 2020 Warzone was simple, and I've broken this gameplay bit down into sections. First up, we're going to talk about movement. The movement in 2020 Warzone was basic. You had aim, shoot, sprint, tactical sprint, slide, and a contextual weapon mount. It was easy to understand and simple to get to grips with for new or existing COD players. 2025 Warzone integrated with Black Ops 6, and it took on the new Omni movement system. You can now sprint in any direction, dive through the air in any direction, lie on your back and shoot, dive, slide, get up really quick, continue shooting, crouch, slide.
Yeah, I know,
it has many
They're the worst.
complexities leading to unpredictable, frustrating, and confusing firefights. It's difficult to understand just from a base level, featuring many customizable options too that confuse players, especially for those returning. While it may have been a fun change of pace for multiplayer in Black Ops 6 on small maps with fast respawns, I feel like it isn't well suited to a Call of Duty Battle Royale experience. Intrinsically linked to this is a severe lack of consistency. This is a big issue. Every year a new COD game releases and they integrate that into Warzone. The result of this is that there's no through line and base understanding for the gameplay, which confuses players. Warzone 2020, basic, easy to understand, and then Cold War releases, guns get quicker, TTK gets quicker, movements faster. Next was Vanguard, Verdansk goes away, World War II setting, map design ethos changes, overpowered planes in the sky, bad visibility, and then Warzone 2, massive sweeping changes. They add an inventory system, they add AI, strongholds. It's now a mix between BR and an extraction game. Snipers are changed and the pace is slowed down excessively. Modern Warfare 3, they revert most of that and you have a weird hybrid.
All right, so what Jack Frag is saying is that Warzone has changed numerous times and there's no consistency like in between of them. And well, I don't know, like I think it's better to try out new things to kind of freshen the pot than just like sticking to the same thing. And yeah, I get the idea that what he's like going after is that if you come from a Call of Duty multiplayer and campaign, it's gonna be difficult to hop into Warzone because of the different rules and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it good that they have tried to kind of like rethink the battle royale experience? I think it needs innovation. Because I think Warzone was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, battle royale game a few years ago. So I think it made sense for them to try to like reinvent it.
That's been hodgepodge together, playing on an uninspired large map, Urzikstan with no character. Black Ops 6, completely new movement system, still on the same big map. There's no ground zero for the players. And sometimes players might not necessarily like that year's flavour of COD either, yet they're forced to have it in Warzone. Many have favourites, some love the Black Ops type gameplay, some hate it, some prefer Sledgehammer, Infinity Ward for Modern Warfare. There's too much pulling and pushing, and I imagine that the dev teams are constantly bickering on what their vision of Warzone is for whatever year, yanking the game in different directions, time and time again taking one step forward and 3 steps back. Problems and bugs that were previously fixed return again and again. Think about Counter-Strike. That game released in 1999. It's inherently the same game today, one of the most played games ever on PC. PUBG.
Don't know, says Wakacha. Not my game genre, but Fortnite seems to do fine without changing at all. I see it completely different. I think Fortnite is changing faster than any other game. Like they are like bringing in stuff and taking things out like in a crazy pace. Like even with the new game modes, I think they are all completely cooking like all the time, just constant cooking, and that's one of the reasons like Fortnite has been such a major success. I think like this is my take on it. I think game that requires casual players, so we're basically talking about every multiplayer game ever, requires and should focus on making the casuals happy. And I am not sure if Warzone has done a good job at keeping the casuals happy. I think the game, like it got vastly popular among content creators who perfected it and were basically farming noobs. And that's only fun and entertaining for as long as there are the casuals and noobs to stomp. And that's basically what every battle royale content creator and a gamer knows, is that there needs to be weaker players. And I don't think ranked game mode necessarily brings much to the table when you're talking about battle royale. I think battle royale is all about that feeling of winning and getting a lot of kills, and that happens the best when there are a lot of players who are not pro at the game. So I think when I'm talking about battle royales, it's like in the core that there needs to be new players, there needs to be a little bit worse players, so that the predators, the really good players, can farm content basically. And once you run out of those like plebs, then it's gonna become like boring to watch and boring to play, because people are playing together and people are avoiding risks and just like third partying and stuff like that. And that's when the content starts to die. And I think Warzone has now reached a point where there aren't like bad players much. Bad players have left the game. The casual players have left the game, which means that the content creators who are left are there to shoot each other. The content creators are there to shoot each other. There are cheaters who want to ruin their games and ruin everyone's fun. And then there are like good gamers who just want to like sweat. So it becomes like this like sweat fest, and it's not really enjoyable for anyone. And I think for Battle Royale, especially for Battle Royale, it's really, really important that the casuals stay happy. And I think Fortnite is doing the best job out of all the Battle Royales of keeping the casual player base happy. Now you may ask yourself, like, how does Fortnite do it? How does Fortnite keep the casuals? And I think it's just like constant circus. It's constant content that changes the rules so that the game doesn't become competitive, so that the game is kind of broken. And I'm starting to lean towards the idea that if things are broken, like brokenly overpowered, it's more fun for casuals than if the game is, competitive. Like for example, Overwatch versus Marvel Rivals. I think Marvel Rivals is fun for casuals because everything's kind of broken. Everything's kind of doing like bonkers damage. So I think that's how you create like success feelings for casuals, because even they can use the like broken stuff. And the more hard it is to get value and kills and stuff like that, the more it's gonna suit like better players. And that's how I feel like Fortnite, with its like ridiculous equipment and gear and stuff, is outperforming like these kind of skill games. And the same thing applies to Marvel Rivals versus Overwatch. Like Overwatch has some of those like free heroes that casuals can enjoy, which is why it has lasted so long. But I think Marvel Rivals has just more broken stuff, and it's not very competitive. At least like among most of the player base. So I think that might be better for casual players in the long run. I think I made up my mind on this one. It's that the broken stuff makes it fun for casuals. Shooting and movement feels the same, still only more chaos and visual changes, but I have no idea. I haven't touched that game or genre. They sell nice skins and add content. Yeah, they add constant content. And they are changing the core Fortnite experience quite often. So if you go look at the like original Fortnite Battle Royale, it was, there was the building. But if we don't talk about the building, if we talk about like the gun gameplay and movement, I think the characters could only basically like run and crouch and that was basically it. And then you could build. Nowadays, if you go look at how Fortnite plays out, you have like these crazy movement abilities. You actually have like you have these slide mechanics. You have strafing. You have these freaking flight suits and wing suits and hovering and like there's like insane movement in the game these days. And the guns, there's like a million types of guns. They are like put into the game and out of the game, and then they have like cars, and it's just this theme park at this point. It's like a circus. It's not like the game is trying to be competitively like even believable, because it's not. But the game just keeps reinventing itself, which gives players who are playing a fair chance of getting kills and winning, just because they are there to like learn the new mechanics. The average age of Fortnite player is around 16 to 30 to 24. Reto says that the live service needs to change constantly to keep kids interested. Yeah, and it's not just kids; it's adults as well. Like, if you're gonna have a live service game that is like it's a multiplayer and it has competitiveness in it, meaning that it has like player versus player, you gotta keep the boomers and you gotta keep the kids and the fathers and mothers and all these people. You gotta keep them occupied, because if you fail to keep those guys occupied, then the sweats are not going to have anything to farm. The sweats need to have their fun from stomping the casuals. And if you run out of the casuals, then the sweats are going to left competing each other, and they're going to churn out. They're going to burn out. All my son friends who are 6 to 10 play that game. Yeah, Fortnite is vastly popular in like kids ages as well. But yeah, it's one of those things that not all parents let their kids play, and Fortnite has been around for like, I don't know, like pretty much the same time Overwatch has been, maybe a couple years less. So the kids who grew up with it are now like in late teens. Okay, I don't know if we're gonna watch this video. I'm just gonna like, is there like, I wish there were timestamps.
It's a foundation they've stuck to, still incredibly popular. Warzone, it keeps flip-flopping. There's no conviction
Overwatch
in the game
definitely
design,
failed.
and this is hurting it on.
Overwatch did the choice of becoming a comp game. Like it valued balance over variety, balance over this theme park. And Overwatch definitely failed. Like, they failed adding new game modes. They failed adding like new fun experiences. Like Overwatch didn't really do much for the casuals for the longest time. They added new characters, and the new characters were really like thought out. They were like unique and fun, at least for the first like few years. But they really like failed at delivering anything else than the core gameplay for the casuals. Balance changes happened way too slowly. I just think the kind of like the philosophy behind the balancing was wrong for casuals, because they aimed to create like a competitive environment, so they wanted everything to be in somewhat balance. And I'm not sure if that's the way to go with casuals in the long run. I think for casual players, for casual active players, it's better to have broken stuff that is novel, new, compared to like balance. Like I don't think casuals necessarily even like look for like balanced experience. I think they are looking for fun, and fun comes from broken stuff, getting kills with broken stuff, and just having like new ways to play. And yeah, that's what it is. I played Fortnite for over 2,000 hours. Started in 2018, haven't played it after 2020. Yeah. Overwatch heroes were fun and different. Now it just feels that every hero does the same thing. Nothing is exciting. Yeah. Overwatch. Yeah, I think Overwatch just failed to reinvent itself. It failed to add stuff that casuals would enjoy, and it just goes old. It just goes old. I think it went old. That's basically it. They are still sticking to the same philosophy, so that they try to balance the game as much as they can, in hope that if the game is balanced, people will enjoy and keep playing, basically. But I don't know if that's the way to go when you have all these circus games like Marvel Rivals and Fortnite that keep on adding that, freaking dopamine, just high saturation assets and ridiculous stuff that kills with one hit. And yeah, 6v6 felt fun. Might get back to it if that becomes the new normal. Yeah, I'm probably gonna return to Overwatch after a while again. It's still a great game. I still enjoy the gameplay a whole lot. Modern gaming is weird. It is. Yeah, it is definitely weird, and it's about to get much more weird when gaming studios start implementing even more questionable things, questionable monetizations. All right, let's watch this for a couple more minutes.
The choice to integrate it into the yearly cycle of Call of Duty games is not working. Next, guns. Why is there over 160 weapons in the game? This kludge of Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3...
I'm gonna tell you why. The reason for this is that Call of Duty has one of the most unique monetizations. They have a really weird monetization. So, if you don't know how Call of Duty and Warzone works, is that Warzone is basically a standalone game, so you can play it for free, but you can level up the same weapons inside the multiplayer. So here's where the monetization comes in. So the weapons are the same across the two games. By the way, the core game costs. The core game costs, which has campaign and multiplayer. And it is thought out so that it is ridiculously difficult for casual gamers to level up their guns in Warzone alone. If they jump in on a Warzone game and they don't have their loadouts, which means that they don't have any weapons that are leveled and there's no attachments, like you're gonna be like basically struggling with ground loot, and people with maxed out weapons are gonna come and basically stomp your butt. So how the monetization works is that, yeah, you can play Warzone for free, but you're gonna have horrible time. So you should buy the Call of Duty so that you can level up the weapons and get a good loadout, practice all the kill streaks and practice all the weapons, and then go with those weapons into Warzone. That is the monetization. It's so clever, and that is the reason why there is literally 100 weapons in the game, because that is the way they've basically monetized, and that is also how they give progression. So you need to level up your weapons. You need to collect the attachments. That is how you do it, and they create like content versatility by changing the meta weapons and bringing in new weapons that needs to be leveled and blah blah blah. You get the idea. So it's very unique way. I've never seen it anywhere else before, and I think it's clever, but it does kill off new players because you can't really hop into Warzone and have a good time if you don't have the weapons. Counter-Strike splashing when talking about reinventing. Yeah, Call of Duty is a weird thing. Like, I think it's kind of like an odd, like it's like outlier. It's an outlier in the modern gaming. Although they have like a huge gambling issue. Like Valve is basically like kind of like bending the rules and laws to we're not like gambling, and we're not doing like, you know, like this is not crypto and this is not NFTs. This is we are actually fighting the third party sites that allow trading outside of like Steam, but not really. It's like Valve is pretty deep, like neck deep in gambling, and they are profiting like crazy. Like they are making like millions, maybe billions out of the gambling of like skins. So yeah, that's the where their innovation comes in. Have you reacted for so long that, or do you have time to take a look at one other video? What is it about, Koivu? Like I said, oh no, I need to use Excel for dialogue trees. I'm thinking I don't like to make games anymore. Wow, we are totally not a casino. Wink, wink. Yeah, we are fighting the casinos. Ding! Like, how can we be the bad guys if we are actively fighting the casinos? Bing! It's about CS2. I haven't watched it yet, but it's in this team. Is it the Coffee Zillas one? Because if it is, I'm basically talking about it. On how it's sold of PS games. Ooh.
Black Ops 6, it cannot be balanced. It's bloated, overwhelming, intimidating. Thinking about all these guns that you have to level up now.
It's not about being balanced, it's about how it is for new players.
Use most of the time. It just seems so unnecessary. And the gear, there's too much gear, too many options. What's this? RDB. Is that a life ring? Do I have to be in water to use that? This is a Semtex. That doesn't really look like a Semtex, but whatever. A spy camera? What? So why would I want to take a picture in a battle royale game? What kind of spots people? It's a waste of time. Never going to use that again. What's this vest on the ground here? Oh, there's a different one here. Why is this board game from the 80s here? What does that do then? There's just too much stuff in the game. Too much stuff.
We can check it tomorrow.
The game itself is not really a battle royale anymore. It plays more like TDM on a large map where there are 1,000 ways to respawn. You get your loadouts almost instantly, and the map just happens to get smaller and smaller until one person or team wins. There are way too many options to respawn. You don't feel the danger.
No, this is a bad take. I don't agree like most of these points that he's making. So for casual players, having no respawn mechanics is absolutely devastating. It is by far the most devastating thing that you can have in Battle Royale. So imagine this. You are hopping into a war zone, and you got a stack of 3 players or something. You die first on the first fight. Now, if you are playing PUBG, you're gonna be there spectating for God knows how long. You could be there for 20 minutes. It is absolutely garbage gameplay. You basically logged in and got in, and you're not playing the game. That's how it is for a majority of players. It's horrible. Now, Warzone initially came up with the idea of Gulag, and I think Gulag is a beautiful, beautiful mechanic. It's a beautiful mechanic. So basically, when you die, you get one chance of playing and winning another player in this duel arena to get back in. It is absolutely beautiful mechanic because it allows you to get back with skill and with like a little bit of luck. So I think it's one of the best features Warzone ever came up with. And this way the casuals can get back and the good players can get back. So there's less downtime when you're playing with friends. Now, Warzone came up with a bunch of other ways you can come back as well. So there's the jailbreak, and I think there's you can buy your friend back as well. And I think most of these are good additions because it reduces the downtime, so you're not just spectating for 15 minutes or 30 minutes. And yeah, but I agree, like there can be too many of these because it's kind of eats up the battle royale experience. You know, when you're watching like kill count, or the player base or player counter, and then players just keep respawning and keep respawning and keep respawning. Like it was 80 players now. It's been 10 minutes and now it's 85. Like, what the hell is going on? It's like, it is confusing. I get that, but by far battle royale's biggest casual killer, like casual player base killer is the fact that you are gonna be stuck in spectate because you died early. And if you want to play with friends, it's gonna be even worse because you can't leave. So yeah, that's I don't think this is a problem for Warzone. Yeah, and it's kind of like a thing, like if you do come back, you are very likely to die again, which then again I think it kind of balances out. You can leave the match if you die, yeah, but if you're playing with friends, you don't want to leave. I guess some people enjoy the aspect of the game, but it's so punishing. Yeah, it brings stakes. It brings, you know, that initial value, or that, you know, that yeah, but you're basically basically like there are stakes if you die for real. I'm just listening to this fucking kids ruining all by whining too hard, too long of wait. I get that also, but you gotta think it from a casual player's point of view. And if you have a game that makes you just watch, like why bother really? Why bother playing if you're not even like playing the game? And I think it's a huge issue. Those who are whining, people give you the money. yeah.
Or value your life in Warzone like you used to, and that takes away a key component of the game that made it fun and interesting. Warzone 1 struck a nice balance with this, but they've taken respawns in the main Battle Royale mode too far in the wrong direction now. Many changes they've made, in fact, have steered the game away from its original vision. There's no downtime anymore. Respawns, redeploy beacons that can move you around vast distances of the map in a few seconds, fast ziplines everywhere connecting buildings together.
Yeah. So this is 100%. It could be an issue. Again, you need to think of it. Is it serving casuals or is it serving those who know how to exploit everything? And I think a lot of these movement mechanics are actually just like chipping into the like pro player base, basically. Because if you have like all these different moving methods, I'm not sure if it's going to be the casual player base taking advantage of them. I think they are just going to be looking at, you know, cars, which are like quite self-evident that the cars are there for movement. And then the like good players are just going to be flying around and doing some crazy stuff while climbing and moving and flying and just, you know. So I think every time you add movements and add kind of like this fast movements mechanics, you need to be aware of who is going to be utilizing it and to what extent. If it's mostly serving the pro player base, well, guess what? The pro players are just going to be absolutely annihilating the casuals even harder than they were. Like, it's one of those things that if a Genji can do a coast dash, if it's in the game, well, it's going to be the pros taking like advantage of that. It's not going to be the casuals doing coast dashes. So you might want to think about it, that do you want to keep the thing in the game if it's only making the gap wider from the good players to bad players? I'm not saying like there can't be good player mechanics. I am absolutely saying that there needs to be good player mechanics. But if majority of features mechanics start to be these skill caps, then I think the casual player base is just gonna like drop out. How do you implement skill expression? I think original Overwatch was very good with this. So original Overwatch was slow, so it was slow for all, which makes it easier for everyone to perform. But you had long cooldown abilities that you could use better and better and better. So the good players who used their abilities better basically showed their skill with those abilities. But the core gameplay was fair because it was slow and you had like little resources. So I think the more resources you have, the wider the skill potential is, the skill ceiling is, and therefore the good players are gonna be stomping harder than ever before. So once you add more tools, you're gonna lose casual players. That's how I feel like. And Overwatch used to be a game with few abilities, and nowadays it's a game with many more abilities, and that's why casuals might be struggling. Funny thing, the older I'm, the more I'm started to enjoy single player. Yeah, same. I want Battlefield 1942 again.
Horizontal and vertical. The pace is relentless and you don't have time to breathe. Those quiet moments that you had in 2020 when you were looting, moving from point A to point B, working out how much money you had together to see if you could buy a loadout yet, chatting, catching up with your mates, socializing while you play, that's all gone. That's not possible anymore. Those moments were needed. People enjoy those moments. The peaks and valleys of 2020 Warzone are what made it addictive and interesting. There was a narrative, little stories and moments that you would have and remember. Nowadays, it's just a hyper-fast TDM with a shrinking play zone. Most players just run at each other full speed and hold down fire. The basis of a semi-authentic, realistic map that we used to have has been replaced for intense player movement and rotation. Moving on, vehicles. Useless now, no one uses them. Why would you when you can loot a redeployed beacon and move vast distances in a few seconds? Vehicles in Warzone 2020 were fun. Big part of the gameplay loop. Driving around as a squad in a big truck.
Yeah, this is exactly what the casual players used.
Bail onto a roof at the last second because it just took too much damage from other players. This was exciting and it offered unique gameplay scenarios that COD didn't have before. The vehicles now handle poorly.
Yeah, there's actually one more thing what I want to talk about before we go back to game dev mode for a little while, and it's the fact that when you're doing a battle royale, it is extremely important that you put players in a risk. So this is the thing, that you wanna basically make players move. And you want them to take risks, and you want to reward them for those risks. And basically, when it comes down to Battle Royale, even movement, rotation is a risk. So whenever you're like changing position to get inside the next zone or whatever, get into high ground, it needs to be a risk. Because the risk makes it interesting. Players are going to be in a vulnerable and bad place, bad position, so that then someone with a better position can basically punish for that. And that is very important for battle royales. And I don't know if that's the case for a modern battle royale anymore, or modern Warzone, because you have these extreme fast mobility mechanics in the game that you are not really like punishable anymore when rotating. Like the only thing you can really like die to when you're gliding or using the balloons or whatnot is that if somebody like can track you when you're going the upwards trajectory. Like I think this was actually done better in Apex. So in Apex you had these balloons as well, but you were actually kind of slow when moving up. So you would be actually taking a risk by taking it. I think in Warzone, I don't think you really die to the balloon. You're gonna be up in no time, and then you literally like shoot out of the balloon. So it's really hard to kill you while you're flying. And then you can like open the parachute at the last second, so you don't really have that parachute time that would be easy to punish. So I think all of these kind of like add up to the wrong design choice that you are not really punishable. I think Apex Legends is much better in this sense, so that when you go balloon, it's slower, and you actually slow down right at the top, so you can be punished, and then you fly up pretty fast, but you're actually gonna slow down when you go down. Like there's no way to like avoid the like slow fall when you're reaching ground. So you're actually punishable there as well. You can't shoot while you're flying. You can in Warzone. And all of this, like, there needs to be windows of punish. And I don't know if those like really exist. Yeah, you can be shot down in Apex easily. In Warzone, sure, but it's not like a rule really. Yeah, that was an interesting video. It did let's just say it did spark a lot of conversation in me. I noticed that I disagree with a lot of the points he's making though. That's a cool one. So Marianne used to be, what is that? What is that brand? Chimos? Kymos? I had no idea. Cool stuff. Alright, so what were we doing? Okay, yo, so we had this problem. So this is only adding 1. So the question is, should we do an override so you can add more? Or should we just add more over here? I think it's probably gonna be the easiest if we just do a for each here. So we're just gonna do material requirements 0, and we're gonna go amount and basically like mat, and we're gonna add. Why doesn't this work? Type in can only be used in for each statements if it implements the enumerable. Alright, so it's an int, so let's try to do a for loop. Oh, maybe that works. Check for null. Let's try, what if I use a for loop? Does this work? I think this will work. So basically, now instead of adding only once, we are adding as many as we have of these materials, or amounts of these. So I think that may work. Let's try that. I tried Pepsi Max Mango for the first time. Why did no one tell me this was so good? Really? Pepsi Max Mango? Sounds like a big threat. Sounds like a threat. It's my favorite as well. God damn, then I need to give it a go. Hey, Matt Chirpy! Hei på dig, Hej allihopa. Hur mår du? Hey, we just came up with a new feature, Matt Chirpy. You're here to watch it happen first. So we have a salvage station now. Jag mår bra, tack. How are you? Hey, I'm doing great. Our game is coming together nicely. By the way, guys, if you don't know who Matt Chirpy is, go check them out. It's not Shout, by the way. Hey, let's go. Whoever was the moderator, big shout out. So, okay, so the game, the problem with the game was that you are farming to get better loot, but sometimes you would end up with duplicate loot or even worse loot than what you have. So I came up today with this salvaging mechanism. For example, here I'm wearing red gear, which is the best in the game right now. And if I wanna get rid of my green robe, I can press it here. And it's gonna go into the salvaging station. It's gonna show what I'm gonna get. And if I press it, I should be getting 2 more bloods. Dragon Skimitar, damn right. So I should be getting 2 bloods, and you can see the number here. I am trying to point towards it. This should become +2. Let's try it. Come on. Last time it didn't work. Okay, so we had a little bit. Okay, so there's a little bit of I think we added like Yeah, so we added a lot. We added a lot, but I think this is my educated guess, is that our numbers were just wrong initially. So now we have 45 and 141. Okay, so let's try to salvage this one. So it should be +8 and +1. So it should be 53 and 142 with extended maths knowledge. All right. So 53 and 142. Yes, it does work. It does work. Believe me, guys. Believe me, it does work. The problem was probably the fact that I am like showcasing wrong numbers. So let's have a look here. In the inventory, we have the setup equipment slots. And I think the issue might be that we are not initializing it here. Wait, not that one. Not that one. The materials. I think the issue was this. I could be horribly mistaken. So here we are basically just updating it. I wonder what was the initial values that I set in the inspector. Yeah, working as intended, that special deal for Giga Chats. True. But hey, go check out Matt Chirpy. They're creating a cool point and click game, and it's pretty far along. It's looking good. All right, let's have a look here. Now, how many stuff do I have? I have 53 and 142. That sounds right this time. Now we are putting in our red sword. We should be getting 16 and 3. And that should lead to us like 69 and 145. Boom. Yes! Fuck yeah! This is gonna be huge for the game. I can't believe we succeeded in doing this. Let's go! We can even salvage this if we want. And we can even like take our equipment and put it in here and we can salvage it. But I'm not gonna be... Hey, wait. There is an abuse chance here. I just came up with it, guys. Did you notice? So I took my weapon from my equipment. I put it in here. And now if I hide my weapon inside the equipped... I can't. I can't believe I just like completely out of the blue without intention. I did like it doesn't work. I thought that what if I like hide my weapon from inventory back to the equipped ones and then try to salvage, like what would happen? So it actually doesn't work. So now it looks kind of broken though because these are zeros. That's funny. So why doesn't it update it now? What's wrong with that? What's wrong? There's something wrong. Something's happening. It doesn't like update that correctly. Okay, so that's right. Okay, if I keep pressing it, it just goes to 0. What? Okay, so there's still something fishy going on. Like what? What was that? For some reason it doesn't update it. There is something going on. It is not working as intended. Damn, I was so close to perfection. Let's regardless of whether it works or not, I'm gonna commit before we do any before we break anything. All right. Started working on salvage station and everything that goes with it. had to change some logic in inventory to take into account the new salvage mode. Feature seems to work except for when you're clicking an item multiple times. Alright. Seems to be working. There is a bug, definitely. A bug is there. So let's take a look at how could we fix that. So I think one thing we could take a look at is that when we are trying to use the item, I think here in the update salvage UI, I think we could take a look at that if index equals the inventory index, we're not gonna do anything. So basically this means that we're just clicking the same item all the time. And I think this is most likely going to fix it. I think this is going to fix it. And I think we oughta do a little bit of a safety measure so that if you're salvaging, you can't unequip. I think we're gonna do that. It might not be necessary, but I don't really see any like use case where you would be salvaging your equipped items. Like, what would be the point of that? And if you do need to do that, you can just do it outside of the salvage menu. So basically, unequipping. So where are you unequipping? Well, it's not here, that's for sure. So I think we are... Is it actually... Does it happen from here? No. Unequip item. Where does this... Alright, so it actually like bounces back. No, wait. Maras is here. How's it going, Maras? Wait. What? How does it work? How does it work? Materials. How does it work though? Equipment. Equipment setup, equipment slots. Alright, so here we are set upping them. Oh, it's a different, it's a different script. So here we are set upping the slots. And yeah, this is a little awkward. I'm not sure how we're gonna handle this. So we're gonna equip. So we're updating equipped item. And here we are. We have the on button press. And here we're calling the unequip item. So if we wanted to add this kind of thing, yeah, we would need some way of checking that. So when are we actually calling this setup equipment slot? So it's actually happening in here. So in theory, you could pass it. You could pass the value here. I don't know. Maybe it's not a huge deal. Like this is one of those things that it's it kind of creates a big change in the logic. Yeah, code can not exactly go spaghetti mode, but it's just a little too complex for doing something very minor. And I don't really want to get into it if I don't have to. So okay, so here, so the case is that I can unequip and then I can salvage, but for some reason it didn't update those. It didn't update the values. What do I have set in blueprints? So we have the red robe. Yeah, so it actually works perfectly. It just doesn't have any material requirements. What? 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 Wait, what? So for some reason, have we just completely forgotten about putting them, or? Yeah, so they're just 0. How are they 0? You can make them free of charge. How? How did that happen? Man. How? Alright, so we have the cyan robe is 16 and 3. So the red is gonna be cyan robe 16 and 3. So this is gonna be 32 and I don't know. Let's crank it up. It's gonna be 10 now. 10 fragments. 32 and 10. Same for the weapon. All right. I have a little bit of I'm worried that I might have I'm worried that I made the mistake .many told me about, that I'm changing the scriptable object values. I am scared. So if we put that, okay, that works. Put that, it works. Okay, so these seem to be working. And I can still equip them. Bye, Poitsu! Oho. Siinä on vähän mattomuudesta. Tervetuloa kotiin. Alright, so that seems to be working. What about... Seems like Garen got the kid again. Yeah, she did. Alright, so these... They are still 0. Okay, so I am... Guys, I am making a horrible mistake somewhere. I'm actually making a horrible mistake somewhere. I am making a horrible mistake somewhere. I am setting the scriptable object values somewhere. So this is what .many was talking about. And I'm a little bit confused of where it happens. Where am I doing it though? I'm just gonna ask AI if it can point it. So I have these scriptable objects that carry the value of item requirements for blueprints. Now, can you notice a piece of code that would change those values inside the scriptable object? Because it's not intended. I'm not sure if it's here. It could be in the method update salvage item UI. There is a part where it changes the item requirement objects amount property. code snippet above halves the amount of field of each item requirement in the material requirement list. If item requirement objects are part of your scriptable object resource, then this can lead to an unintended modification. One way to solve this would be to make a local copy of the requirements. Yeah. Yeah, so you need to do a to list. Oh my god, I can't believe .main just like called me out without being here or without doing the mistake. Like he just completely called me out. I can't believe that, guys. I can't believe that. So does it actually like permanently change it? Like what? So they used to be 64. Like, that is crazy. Isn't that kind of dumb? Isn't that kind of dumb, or is it... Like, am I silly for thinking that you shouldn't be able to change the scriptable object values? Am I silly for thinking that? Probably most of these items now have wrong material requirements. I think they have been halved. I think most of these probably have been halved. Yeah. Oh my god, this is the worst. This is the absolute worst. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I need. Like I can't believe I actually like fucked it up so bad. I had no idea. Okay, so yeah, that's not what you wanna do, guys. So in the crafting blueprint, these are public, and we actually fixed it in the other class. I wonder what the class was that we fixed. Was it item? No, it's not item. What did we do where we fixed it? Is it drop table? Yeah, alright, so this is it. So we need to do this basically. Yeah, Vatsky, we actually broke it. We actually broke a little something. And I actually have a... I don't know, maybe this is a valid criticism, maybe this is just me being in my ass. So basically, we add like this scriptable object data class that held information about basically like item requirements. And I set these values in inspector. And then I took these values. For example, in the salvage station, I was like accessing them. So in the salvage station, I was like, all right, so what are the material requirements? So I took the item requirements, and then I took the amount, and I halved it. And then I was like, why are my material amounts 0? Is that because when I ran this, it changed the information inside the data, inside the scriptable object. So I never took... This was actually this. Like I can blame a little bit. I can blame AI a little bit. This was AI's written, but obviously I'm the one who was driving, so I should have paid attention. But yeah, so that's fucked up. All right, so I'm just gonna ask AI to create. Can you create a new version of this data class that has getters and setters to avoid that? Thank you. Yeah, this is where AI, by the way, shines. This is where it shines. I can't believe Dotmany was right, guys. It makes me so mad. All right. All right. So let's just take this part. So now we have getters and setters basically. Can I set these inside inspector though? I don't think so. Item name. No, I think I can. I think I can. All right, let's have a look now. What does it look like in editor? Fucking hell. All right, so what does it look like? So it's exactly the same. So I think it refactored it perfectly. So let's see here. We have black sword 8. This is gonna be 16 and 2. No, this is actually gonna be 32 and 4, I believe, or 32 and 6 even. Green is gonna be like 16 and 3. Yeah. And red is gonna be 64 and 12. And let's do the same thing over here. So black is 8 and 2, then green is 16 and 4 or what? 16 and 3. Then we have 32 and 6. 64 and 12. Okay, so that's correct. Now, can I still access the data? So it's inside blueprint. That is an RIP, but it's not like we lost a whole lot of things. It's better that we face the problem here and not you know, like a month into development. All right, let's fix this. Let's fix this. All right, now we should have more of a. And see, we are actually getting a whole bunch of errors here. So let's see. Get item requirements. So that's not working. Why not? It's wrong capitalization. We'll see if so. Crafting station has issue. Amount, is this like amount? Yeah. All right. Then salvaging station. All right, but this doesn't work. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Now, because it's set up correctly, we got an error. This doesn't work. So let's see. Requirement amount. It says that amount cannot be used in this context because the set accessory is not inaccessible. It is inaccessible. But didn't we do a copy of this? So why doesn't it let me? Doesn't this do a copy? I guess we... Material requirements, we're getting the thing. What's the problem? Can you go to the requirement scriptable object? Yeah. So here's the item requirement. And So we have these are the values you put in inspector, I believe. And this is the value you try to access, and it's getting the one that you set. And what is the crafting material or the material requirements? Yeah, so so here's the amount. It says that you can't get it. You need to access first the requirement material rec amount, I think. Requirement material. Requirement. Don't copy that. I don't really have anything here. You need the primary and the secondary thing. This one should like this should bring both of them. You can't change those, wasn't that the point? Yeah, but I did like a copy of it, so shouldn't it be okay? Like, doesn't this do a copy of it when you do a to list? So why can't I access anything if I have a copy? Does it copy the same rules? Is that even a list? Yeah, it is. It is. It returns a list of item requirements. So there's many item requirements. Like how I understand is that I think we need to, but the variable has no item requirements, no? Yeah, like I'm thinking like we need to like let, I think we need to let these be public. Yeah, I think we need to let these be public. And just remember to do a copy of it. Try to change var to item requirement. Yeah, so it says cannot be used in this context because the set is inaccessible. Like I think we ought to just roll back this. I think we ought to roll back this. So this is just gonna be plain and simple like this. Yeah, I think we need to like do a temporary value. So I think basically we're gonna do a copy. So I think this syntax that to list does a copy. And then we should be able to access this. You can just do a list of item amounts where you store the halved amounts. The to list is referencing the value. So it's not generating a value. So is this not alright then? Yeah, I could do just an int, yeah. So you can't change it because you did only have a getter, yeah. You need a temporary value. So is this to list creating a temporary value? No. All right, so so can I do something like Guys, any instance of item requirement cannot have its amount written to. That was the whole point. Like, should we just... I'm kind of like stun locked here now because I don't like... My brain stopped braining. My brain stopped braining, guys. Don't try to edit the item requirement. Not a copy or any of it. Okay, so let's go back and make it good again. All right. So in the let's put this back. So now it's safe. It is safe. Yeah, I want to get half. So I think we just need to do ints. I think we just gotta do like so material requirements. Let's just do like var temporary value. Why do you not have the value of the string? Okay, so let's do this then. And okay, wait. So we have the list here. Can we like guys, I'm not thinking anymore. Toimes, another sub. Toimes.
Welcome to the heart of it. And here we're like a pickle. And here we're like a tea heart. Yeah.
Philippi.
Didn't I just get one of these?
Yeah, you did, Toimes. Thank you, Toimes. 47 months. Twice. All right. So I don't know. Like, should I just like do 2 new? Like, I don't know. Like, so we have now new lists of this. And can I think I can like do materials. 0 list int halved amount, new list int. Halved amount, and then we're gonna like add. So we're gonna go over the material requirements, and we're gonna put halved amount. This is gonna loop through the requirements. Half amount add requirements. No, I think this should be still. I think we still ought to do the item requirement. I think we can just like do this, right? And we're just gonna add the values in here. And no, are we still fucked? Okay, so if I have it on int, do I need to do a for loop? No. That's my brain. My brain isn't braining. Okay, so we're gonna do I don't know, temporary value count, and then we're gonna add halved amount. Wait, that's a list. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. guys. Okay, so temporary value. God damn it. I know, Molly-Settelia. I know. Okay. Does this work? 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 Okay, so we're gonna have the lists of the item requirements, and then we're gonna have lists of ints. And then we're gonna loop through this list. And we're gonna put that this isn't. This is gonna be null. Like there isn't anything here. What are you trying to accomplish? Shit. Guys, I think we gotta call it. I think we gotta call it here. I think we gotta call it because I'm not getting anything done anymore. So the problem being apps was that we are accessing item requirements. Item requirement is a custom class that we have that has item and an amount of items. Alright. Now, I had these public. Yeah, but this doesn't work now, does it? Because this... It doesn't have a value of 0. Like, there's no elements in it. There's no elements in it, so this doesn't work. I wonder if I should just like add or something, like add. Yeah, if I just add. Okay, so does this work, guys? Okay, so now we're adding. Now we're adding the temporary value I. Okay, so that might work. That might work. Okay, so now we have the ints. We have the ints. We don't really have the item requirements though. We don't have the item requirements. So do we like create a new item like a requirement here? I guess we don't necessarily need it. So let's try this if we just input it here. So material, if the material half amount count is greater than 0, then we are gonna do. Well, I guess this is actually always gonna be blood sprite, really. This is always gonna be blood sprite now, isn't it? Is it not convenient to work with those int list values? If this is bigger than that, basically these are just this, and the material number 1 text is that if it's bigger than 0, it's gonna be that's no. Alright, so if it's bigger than 0, then do that. Either that is gonna be 0. I think that might work. I think that might work, guys. Alright. We have a bunch of errors here still. I think this can be. Oh man, this is confusing. Okay, so here we have checked if the material requirements is any, then we're taking the item, blah blah blah. Thanks, Watsky. Yeah. I'm having a trouble committing to this because my family came home. If you don't want to have separate loop, you could also use the link queue list of the amount, separate values, select X is lambda blah 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 to list. Yeah. Now, like the thing that I'm struggling with right now is that I used to have like this list of item requirements, and this was how I did the logic. And I just like set the scriptable object data in here, and that was it. But now I'm like confused because I couldn't like access, or like if I accessed the item requirement itself, it just screwed everything up. So like in my brain, I wanted to do like new item requirements that would have been okay to like store and change, you know. So now we have a like list of ints, and it's gonna change a little bit. It's gonna change things a little bit. So I don't have the like the icon data. I don't have the item data anymore. So I think we ought to like do this. This is gonna be like a field. I think we gotta do a field out of this. Why you needed half the amounts? It's just that the salvaging is gonna return half of the amount that it took to create it. That's the simple logic. Alright, so I have this half amount now. I'm gonna do a new list of this. And this way we shouldn't need this. We're just gonna add the so we do need to clear it here though. All the amounts clear. Couldn't you just use the original list and use and assign it to some variable? You still have the item requirement array, but you just check the amounts from the int list. Hey. Yeah, but I'm not like I'm not touching this. That's the point, wasn't it? I'm not touching the requirements. I'm just taking the numbers. Just taking the numbers out. I don't know what you guys are meaning. Alright, so the material requirements, we're not gonna do that anymore. So let's try to get rid of that logic. And instead we are gonna go with the halved amounts is any. Then we are gonna do the halved amount. If this 0 is bigger than 0. If this is 0, then we're gonna do halved amount. We're gonna loop. What? No. This is gonna be okay, so that should work. That should work. I think maybe. So yeah, this is kind of awkward. So we need the item ID of blood. This is the reason why I wanted to have the item like item with it because we just access the ID there. Blah 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 through my veins. You still have that? No, I only have the list of ints. Like I suppose I could take the item requirements here and store them, but never like change them. Yeah, I think you're right. So let's go back. It's just important that we don't change it, right? So this is actually gonna be the material requirements, and basically we can still use this isn't gonna change it, right? Or is this gonna change it? I think this is gonna is this gonna change it? No. Yeah. It's just gonna read nice. Okay, so that's perfect. Now this bad logic should still apply. Did you delete the get setters? No, they are still there. Alright, so this should basically work then. So this should be just a big I, this should be just big A. This should be big I, big A, big I. All right, are we done? Yeah, are we done? I wonder if there's a can clear be nullable or like a. If you do a empty list and you clear it, do you get null? Is it nullable? Alright, let's give this a go, guys. I have no idea whether we succeeded or not. Okay, so our inventory is broken, so yeah, that's a good start. Wait. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Did I lose some data again? So inside here, yeah. So we're missing everything. We are missing everything, ladies and gentlemen. RIP. Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow we are gonna start with dragging everything back. Oh man, what's going on? Yeah, we did a little oopsie, and then we did a couple of more things, and now we are at the point where we need to drag and drop a bunch of new stuff. That's basically it. That's basically it, guys. Oh boy. I'm not gonna push these changes. We'll see tomorrow first thing if we can salvage this, which is very lucky that we did a salvage station, you know. We're gonna see if we can salvage this progress. We got a little bit of a setback now. So Ilpo, the problem was that we had data classes with public variables, and me and AI did code where we changed the values inside the data class. So we didn't change the, you know, like the copy of the value, but we actually changed the value itself inside the data class, which is wrong in so many levels that fuck. Now we changed everything to getters and setters, but the damage is kind of done. We need to do it again. And well, at least it's done correctly, hopefully. Yeah, that's basically it. RIP. It's one of those things, but hey, there's not, it's not like we have like that much data. Launch in 2026, earliest. All right, hey guys, let's raid someone. Do you guys have any software developers you guys want to see? Any developers you guys really like to look at? We're gonna continue first thing in the morning, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and I'll see you then, guys. I'll see you then. Oh, hi, Mark. That's a good title. Wanna be a game dev? Not really right now. Not really right now. RPC, NPC, what? RPG, NPC writing? Cancel me, please. Alright.
I agree. Depth of field, chromatic aberration.
May contain sexual thieves. Yeah, let's go there. Micro Rapture games. Alright, guys. Hey. We got a massive W today, but we got a massive L as well. That's what it is. Sometimes life bites you in the butt. The point it is to it's bite back, and we're gonna bite tomorrow. Wrong streamer, that one was blacked out. I know. Hey, guys, thank you for sticking around. We're gonna continue tomorrow. Lowercase L, yeah, it wasn't a huge deal. It's kind of bummer that things don't go as you plan and things don't go as you thought they would. Another one bites the dust, exactly, möllisyttelijä. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
We need to do some work on alchemy itself. So the good thing is alchemy is